me there, me have to climb up, take up the things them and put them up on guy's stool all on the table. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace, man.
The PNP's Dwayne Vaz is hoping to unseat the current MP George White, who also pulled a surprise win in the 2020 general election. But for people like Miss Henry, she remains undecided given the lack of progress.
Why me did say me not voting? No, God know me I tell you the truth because me fed up by the situation. Trust me. For me say don't they in a power and they don't do nothing for people. Them not clean the drain. Nothing not go on for we so. Look on the road this disgrace and soul there. There nobody no business not me man. You when election time come you see them run up and down in a we yard. Come at your yard, come at your yard. And when they get your vote, nobody no see them again.
In Western Westmoreland, it's a battle between candidates, the PNP Ian Hales and the JLP's Garfield James. It's one of the constituencies where bike taxis are popular because of bad roads.
Why terrible, terrible. What have this is going with you know, no better than I go down to it.
He too is doubtful about going to the polls, contending that he's tired of empty promises.
We're not sure, you know. Everything, everyone I same thing. This I want to come back promise, I want to come back promise, so it makes sense.
We've been suffering that road condition, low poor condition from the PNP negligence. Moreland Wilson came in power and his negligence was the same.
Kimberly Petty for TVJ News.
And that's it for On the Campaign Trail. I'm Jamaica Maitland. Pleasant viewing. Hello and welcome to On the Campaign's Trail, TVJ's look at all the happenings in the race house. I'm Jamaica Maitland. In today's show, we hear from the Electoral Office of Jamaica and how it's been preparing for the upcoming general election, including a look at its electronic voter identification system. And our constituency profiles continue. So please stay with us. On the Campaign Trail, we'll be right back. Welcome back to On the Campaign Trail. I'm Jamaica Maitland. As you would imagine, the political parties aren't the only ones in preparation mode for the general election, from training election day workers to selecting polling stations. And that's not even the half of it. There's a lot happening behind the scenes, action taking place at the Electoral Office of Jamaica. Like the public, the EOJ's head, Glaspole Brown, says he too is awaiting the date. A stoic director of elections, Glaspole Brown, when jokingly asked about the date of the general election. Mr. Brown, during an exclusive interview with TVJ's On the Campaign Trail, says his only wish is for the election to be held on a Monday. He explained that it gives the EOJ time and flexibility to prepare over the weekend.
All the different stationaries that need to be supplied, distribution of all the materials across the 7,000 plus polling stations on election day. All of these stations are in excess of 2,000 locations. So it's all in our work, and then you have to have that coordination between that 30,000 persons that are a part of the process.
Under the law, nomination days 5 days after an election date is announced. Mr. Brown revealed that during this time, the EOJ enters what it calls 24-hour operations. The election can happen anywhere between 16 and 23 days after nomination day. And
the norm has been that they would tend to get in the minimum amount within 16 days. So we have to plan what we do to get a number of things done within 16 days.
Mr. Brown says a large majority of the preparatory work has been done. The remainder can only happen when the election is called. The work then intensifies after nomination day. Of note, the number of polling stations will be increased compared to the local government election in 2024. Mr. Brown says it'll help make the voting process more convenient for the electorate.
In the last election, we had, that's a local government election, we had 6,726 polling stations. We're looking to increase that in excess of 7,000, and close to an addition of 500 more polling stations will be up and operating on election day.
The number of election day workers have also increased to include a new category, polling station assistants. They're expected to check the voters' information before approaching the presiding officer. Additionally, the EOJ will be rolling out a new electronic voter identification system, EVIS. It'll be used in Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine.
We did not use it in the local government election, but we'll be using it for the upcoming election, and those will be concentrated in 7 constituencies.
The EOJ says it plans to fully utilize the system in more constituencies in future elections, but it's costly. Globally, countries have been adopting different versions of an electronic voter ID system. Aside from verifying voters, it can also detect voter fraud. The elections director says an electronic vote counting system is also being discussed for future elections. He says the time taken to manually count thousands of votes increases the risk of errors. Additionally, the pressure to produce timely results tenfold in close constituencies. We asked about the uncertainty surrounding the results of the local government election in 2024.
I think the issue was that because of the competitive nature of that election, persons weren't able to, was somewhat anticipating a faster turnaround.
Glasspool Brown, in defending the EOJ's track record, says preliminary results are usually announced by 10 p.m. The final count is done 3 days late.
If you're registered to vote in Kingston East and Port Royal, Kingston Central, St. Andrew Western, St. Andrew West Central, St. Andrew Eastern, St. Andrew Southeastern, or St. Catherine Southeastern, you'll be using the new electronic voter identification system, EVIS. EVIS was formerly EVIS, and it was used to authenticate one's identity before issuing the ballots. The main objectives of EVIS are to prevent impersonation of electors, prevent multiple voting by persons, and prevent the use of unauthenticated ballots. On the Campaign Trail received exclusive access to how the process will work on election day.
This is our EVIS tablet that we'll be using on election day. It will be used in the identification process when our electors visit the location or our polling station. So the tablet itself comes with its own fingerprint reading device. Right? So normally we would have at our desk a laptop and a fingerprint reader separately, along with charger and other devices. It could be cumbersome, and there are more avenues for failure to happen. With this device though, everything is in one. It's easier to set up, easier to manipulate on a day, easier for our presiding officer and also our electors to use as well. You'll just provide a name, they'll check to make sure that you're in the correct polling station, and then you'll be asked to place your finger on the scanner when prompted, and the device will run through its own database. The database that it's using is using the registration information that you provided at your constituency offices. Yes. And once you've been identified through the EVIS tablet, the presiding officer will then carry you through the remaining election process.
And it's now time for a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to On the Campaign Trail. Low voter turnout has been a negative feature of Jamaica's election since the 1990s. More and more citizens are staying away from the polls. But could this be hurting the health of the democracy? This is the focus of our next feature.
Important for people to vote. Them not do nothing for me. Them not do nothing at all for me.
I don't think it's important, because whether or not I still at work, I still maintain my family. Depends on if they're working on their promises, they promise it.
The responses from citizens in the corporate area when asked whether they'd be voting in the upcoming general election. It represents the growing number of Jamaicans who've been exercising their right not to vote.
Me not vote for none of them because me not see what them do. None of them not pull my eye. And me not give none out of the two of them no vote, none at all.
According to the Electoral Office of Jamaica, data shows that voter turnout has been trending downwards over the last 30 years. Voter turnout started to gradually decline in 1993 from 67.4% to 61.5% in 2007. In the 2011 election, it dipped to 53.2%. In 2016, 47%, the lowest since independence. 2020 would have shattered that record with a scathing 37% voter turnout. Researcher at the UWI Mona School of Business, Dr. Stephen Johnson, says the country's democracy is at risk.
Democracy is about majority rule. And once you go below 50%, is the minority making the decision of the government. Right? And then we went even further. And we went to 37%. And there's a possibility that we could go further.
Dr. Johnson, during a presentation of the findings of a study on undecided voters, says they're mostly young people, Gen Zs and millennials, women. They're mainly from rural Jamaica, earn modestly and receive education up to the secondary level. He listed some of the areas of concerns from undecided voters.
The greatest support is for the continuation of free hospital care. Importance of the social safety net, which is passed. Then we have the issue of corruption. Then we have the issue of the need for a livable wage. Having access, but this one jumped out at me. Having access to quality teachers.
Political commentator Damian Gordon.
Up to the 1980s, people were voting in large numbers in Jamaica. The turnout in the 1960s and 70s and 80s was high. It started to dwindle from the 1990s onwards because of years of failed expectations, and it has not been fermented in the minds of voters, especially young people, that politicians serve themselves, they don't serve the interests of the public.
But could staying away from the poll be a potential danger to democracy?
Remember, say we have people who fight for a black man eligible for voting. I remember we couldn't vote one time, a woman them couldn't vote neither, you know, and people fight for that. You understand what I say? So it's very important to vote, because a no vote is a vote for things to remain the same. You understand what I say? So when you vote, your voice, your opinion, the way there, you understand what I say? So the man when I vote, him a vote for him comfortable. Him alright to do the place around.
Because Jamaica is a democratic country. If you don't vote, you don't have stand a chance in the country. You don't have nothing to say in the country, because there's a lot of things going on in the country. And most of Jamaican, them not voting. And yet still they're talking. So basically, it better you care about whether JLP or PMP have a choice.
Mr. Gordon theorized that there are two categories of undecided voters: the disgruntled voters who've been let down by either party, and the informed voters who are more aware of the issues and less inclined to vote out of duty.
These are the ones who are interested in your manifestos. They're interested in your policy proposals. They're not interested in handouts and transactional voting. They want real solutions to the issues that they face.
Leon, who recently turned 18 years old, says he plans to vote in the next election.
They always say that young people always have a lot of ideas, and that's so.
How long before I see results with Tai Chi?
Day 3, you'll feel your energy. Day 7, your eyes will change. Day 28, you will become unrecognizable.
3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer.
Thank you so much for staying with us. This is, well, perhaps I should say thank you so much for being here with us. I'm jumping right in, am I not? You're watching All Angles. Throughout the political campaign, we've been talking politics, we've been talking with the commentators and the experts, and they've been great. But we wanted to hear from the so-called regular Jamaicans in terms of how they have been viewing the election campaigns and whether the political parties have been addressing issues important to them. So that's what we have for you over the next hour. First up, I went to speak with two blind Jamaicans, Camille Wilson and Robert Williams. I just want to apologize. There was a little bit of a technical issue with my audio in the interview. Again, I apologize, but fortunately, you'll be able to hear them just fine.
We are right at the end of an election campaign. Lots of issues have been talked about, and I want to know whether or not you feel that issues that are important to you have been there during the campaign. Who wants to start?
Okay, I'll start. No, not issues relating to me. For example, in my opinion, I think the issues were generic, meaning it's just issues that people talk about every day regarding disability. For example, people believe that we need grants and handouts, but what we really need are opportunities, for example, and independence. Those are the two things that I would like as a blind person: opportunity and independence.
I think there are a lot of people who would think, oh, giving you grants, because that's what I was hearing being said. We're giving you grants so you can be independent. So I think people are equating the two. So tell me why for you it's not the same thing, or what else you would have wanted to hear or see.
When you give a person living with a disability a grant, many times you give not just them the grant, you give them and their families, right? Not all persons with disabilities will know what to do with the grant, or not all persons with disabilities will have the independence or the freedom to determine what the grant is allocated for. So let's say the government gave a grant for business. On paper, a person with disability would get the grant, but when the person goes home and they are interfaced with their families or their friends, then many times the grant is turned over to the person, and then the person with a disability lose the autonomy to determine what the grant should be allocated for.
Yeah, for me, well, I'm self-employed at the moment. So I'm on the street pretty often. I buy and sell kizadas and jobs and those stuff, and I go to different business places. So a major problem that I face would be like the infrastructure of the sidewalks and also the accessibility of the crossing and so forth. I remember there was a stoplight right at the transport center that every time you go to cross, there is a bird that comes on and it would start chirping when the light goes on red and give us the opportunity to cross. Over time, I think maybe the battery went out or it stopped working and it was not replaced. So I was looking at this as a game changer, because I think we were supposed to be moving towards having this more replicated across the whole country instead of allowing it to go into disrepair. Also, the light poles in the sidewalks. If you're walking on the sidewalk with your cane and a light pole is there, sometimes you can't even find ways to go around it. You have to literally step down into the road where traffic is. And if I'm a blind person having that issue, I can imagine that these sidewalks or the light posts, a person in a wheelchair won't be able to traverse.
And you are sharing with me before we started recording that you yourself have had accidents.
Yes, I've had accidents where where I'm walking and I was told that the cover for the manhole was stolen through to scrap metal and some other reasons, and I just walking and I just found myself fell down into the hole and I had to be taken to the hospital to get stitches and all those stuff. So sometimes we want to basically be mindful that persons with disability just want an environment that is free from these issues so that we can go about our natural business independently.
So from you, for you, what more you could touch in terms of engaging with the community and really hearing the issues and responding to them?
I think they should have started their focus discussions, group discussions earlier. and not just consult us when election is coming, keep interacting with us. And I must say, Dr. Nigel Clark, I have been speaking about him for a very long time now. He, in my opinion, is one of the most accessible minister the persons living with disabilities have had. For example, regarding the money, I was speaking about the money. He listened to us. We explained the issue that we have with not being able to identify the different denominations. He listened to us, he did his research, and he solved the problem. So we would prefer if we are continuously being engaged, listened to objectively, and get things implemented for us.
Explain that a little bit more for our viewers. So what was the problem with the money and what is it like? So what's the kind of difference it is for you in the daily life?
So the old money had no markings. So it was just a piece of paper.
Meaning nothing you could feel?
Nothing we could feel.
Well, some blind persons would have argued that there was something on it, but it was so faint that only very few persons with sensitive fingers could pick it up. And also, you know, because it's paper, it would wear out very easily.
For example, US money, to us it's just a piece of paper. However, the new money that Dr. Clark implemented, with his team of course, has different markings that are designed for persons living with blindness to identify the money. So as a result of that now, it gave us independence. Remember, I was talking to you about independence. So therefore, we don't have to ask persons to identify the denominations for us. Even when we are on the streets, we are doing business, someone is giving us change. We don't have to trust them to say, okay, what is this for them? We don't have to be anxious. There is no anxiety. We can use those markings on the money to actually know the denominations and what we are getting.
All right, perhaps some of the new money here.
Yes. Okay, awesome. Okay, all right. So let me give you an example. Okay, for example, this is a $2,000.
My journey to the US was not easy. It was a long process. It all started.
So this graven here, this raised dot, that's a triangle. The $500 has the X. The $1,000 has the circle.
That's it, Robert did one. Which one you have, Robert?
This one is a $50. Okay. And what was the beauty? This one here is a $1,000. This one. Yeah. And this one is a $500. This one.
The X.
The X. So what's the beauty of these new money? Oh, and this one is $100. What's the beauty about these monies also that is printed on a plastic material, I think they call it polymer. Yes. So whenever you put tactile printings in this type of material, it stays for a really long time and it's way more durable.
Doesn't wear out.
Doesn't wear out. Okay. And even if it does wear out over time, you still can feel the tactile markings distinctly.
So you had said then that Dr. Clark had listened to you.
Yes,
so had he actually personally in the community?
Yes, he had. The Jamaica Society for the Blind. He personally met with us and listened to us and implement what we needed.
And we'd love for there to be more inclusiveness in the decision making in the society going forward.
Yes.
Give me an example of something else, because after I say both of you have your hands up, okay? Because after the general election on September 4, we're all going to get up and still have a country to run. So no matter who runs, who wins, tell me what you want to see implemented. Let me go with Robert first and then come here.
Well, as you mentioned about the general election, I think two things that they should focus on is getting us as disabled persons, well, preferably blind persons, to vote more independently. because what I understand happens is that in order to vote, you have to take somebody with you to the polling station to mark that X for you. And Camille probably can explain that even better than me.
So, like, you haven't voted her, but she has.
She haven't voted, and that was going to go to my second point, where as I said, I'm in the streets, so, you know, persons from both sides of the political fence would be assisting me. So you can imagine on election day when now the hustle and bustle, you know, persons tend to treat persons with disability with a little bit less dignity than usual. And things. So I was basically suggesting that different is to allow us to vote more personally, like, you know, mail-in votes or, you know, technology is increasing. I'm pretty sure that with the increase in technology, we should be able to vote from the comfort of our home on a computer or something where our vote is private. And or even the suggestion of allowing disabled persons to vote on the special service election day where there's less fanfare and you would have more privacy if you should go to the polls.
The next Prime Minister and Minister of Justice that come into office, we as blind persons would love the opportunity to vote independently. Currently, we have to ask persons to vote for us. And
somebody comes in and marks the X.
And that's an issue. Because technically, we did not vote. So one person was awarded 2 X and 1 no. Because, Dion, let's face it, we're all human beings. And there's not 100% guarantee with persons who you ask to vote for you. We would hope that they honor our wishes, and maybe most do, but it's not foolproof. In other jurisdictions, persons are voting. It can be done. My friends in Ghana, Nigeria, and India vote independently. They have what is called a tactile ballot system. They use that system to vote.
That's like braille on the ballot.
No, just as how they have the markings with the money, the markings, for example, the name of the party would be in braille or the name of the candidate, and then of course the symbols would be raised. So you are able to feel whether the bell or the head or whatever symbol is there. Then there will be a space and then you mark the X. But this is important. It's a jacket. So the ballot would go into the jacket, and wherever the space is to put the bell, there is basically a hole, and then you would mark your X on it. So when you take it, remove it from the ballot bag, it's just an ordinary ballot.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want for blind persons to have a specific type of ballot, because then that will put you in the position of persons can isolate that this ballot was marked by a blind person. So it's better to have the jacket to put it in, and then by you putting it into that jacket, it becomes visible to us. We mark whatever we mark on it, and then when you take it out, it's a regular ballot, and it will just get lost in the regular ballot. So persons will be able to pinpoint that, oh, this is X constituency and polling division, so maybe it's that person voted this way, and so.
Okay, I'm out of time, so let me just ask each of you in 5 seconds. So the voting is one thing. What else would you want a new government to prioritize? Robert, you first. 5 seconds.
I'd like them to prioritize having greater job opportunities for persons with disabilities. And what we do find is that for some persons who decide to offer job opportunities to persons with disabilities, they specify like persons who could see but in a wheelchair or something like that. I believe in inclusivity for all. There's a technology there to make working in the working space accessible for us.
5 seconds.
For both Prime Minister prospect to honor the wish by ensuring that 5% of government jobs are allocated for persons living with disabilities.
Okay, thanks so much, Robert and Camille. And what you say, I say as a country, let's make that a resolution by our next general election. Let's have our blind Jamaicans voting independently, honestly. All right, so when we come back after the break, we're going to be hearing from Trey Rodney. He's a second-year student of economics at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. Soon come.
When we touch here, maybe just try this, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that feels nice. Yep, that's good. So just do that because it feels comforting. Because when you were a baby, your mother held you in her arms and she touched you here and it hardwired you to produce delta waves. What I'm going to do with you, Mabel, if it's okay, is I'm going to do a process which is called a psychosensory therapy. Now, you may have seen there's a number of these about. There's one where you look up and move your eyes about. Not too impressed with that. There's another where you tap on various parts of the body. Pretty good. But the best one of the lot involves the touch of here, 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 and lateral eye movement. So not looking up, which is alpha, looking side to side, delta, right? Because when you get traumatized, what happens is a 100 hertz wave travels from the thalamus and phosphorates what's called the AMPA receptors, right? A little technical, I know. But when we touch here, to produce delta waves.
Ray Mash was struck on the head at a construction site and developed the incredibly rare disorder of hysterical blindness. He was unable to see anything for 8 years. When I began working with him, it took some months before he could start to see.
The officer let the road run. Prosperity for youth then. Generation. Me don't pass the road. Now I vote for the youth then. And don't take me seriously, right? Don't be like a joke. Labor rights, one government. One government. Put up the two fingers. Two people that love and unity. Think of yourself, friend, and job. Think of yourself anyway you go, friend. Remember, one friend sorry, okay, what happened? One friend sorry, you say, yes, okay, for time and talk about? Future. Me don't fight. When it's okay, I don't know. I say you know, government. But I live right to that. I believe the Prime Minister pay me for talk. I believe I ain't get paid for talk. Listen me now. I'm not going to move or play no music till them carry a move. And them carry a so, every vehicle over here so, and them a cause the problem. So, I'm not going to play no music. Remember, you know, a police station me there work, you know, and them say me cannot do that. But a police station work, and them say DJ Kirk, you needed a toy. I'm going to run up the police station and reach the place. Them care upon the onion, me ask you to please move them. Please move them. DJ, I say you don't understand how people. DJ Kirk, come here. DJ Kirk, come here. All the people there. You don't understand it at all. You don't understand DJ Kirk. Listen, a Labour Party a South State. How we a party, we have a party. Our party with everyone. We don't party with we alone. We party with each and everyone. You know the people party, you know. You don't even start with it.
Them need to block the road down there some man. Them fear the car them go so down that Tower Avenue. We don't business for Andrew. We don't need Andrew and respond to Jamaica. We respond to ourselves. Listen now. Kelvin not ready for this yet.
We're not ready. Yes,
But whoever see this now, hey, the people them come out for voting. The last two elections, them people just them not vote this and that. This year,
I wanted 32,000. Yeah, style I want to think, bro. 32,000. Remember, really, I get 32,000. I mean,
oh, they're there. Raise up here.
Yeah, I get that.
Same can't say that I'm not giving.
Oh, yeah, I get 32,000. Everybody wants it. Everybody has it. This is some free man I put on shirt and some hungry, I kill you over here. Lie down there, and he,
more bag of next time about a sheet to get away. I mean, but I have to be me.
To the right. Come on, amen.
Show. Hey, man, I let me down. I want to make me look for a round free run. I say, oh, me, I want to look for you. I know. No. Got it done.
Oh, you buy the thing?
No, I'm going to get in a jail.
Live in the live. What's your live? Live. You see?
Come fuck me, I want to look for your phone. I wish we understand up, yes, sir?
The police in the book, we have police over there.
The drive not come yet. I never know. I can't away other some make me a call person and I get them. I'm not even in the line. Jordan, come go and hold my life. 400, 500 views.
So they might give up a paper.
Everybody put them paper on board.
So that me just go and tell them they might give me indoor paper. Say people for this and vote, people for Pine Run and vote, people for Alaman.
So what you can't go for them, then not, then they vote already, then vote again.
Brother, tell them say no. Time for the man pressure for one fucking man is not Superman. Put on more run up on the bumbuckler paper them. A bumbuckler government money. So why not cut off the fucking one of them and then I put pressure for one man?
I want to go down and can't go down. The people must say, I want me there, where you there? I say, sister from money. I come vote, man. Me, you know me not like them suck me off. Hey, Jordan. Oh, yo. Proud to be a laborer. 1 p.m. on the app. 1 p.m. I'm gonna need a crowd to be a laborer. Olympic way we there. And it's early. Just wait till Andrew come. Just wait till Andrew come. We don't need Andrew to enjoy ourselves. We don't need bro God because bro God, well, alright. We have everything we have. We don't depend from PM to give you up. A politics time now. You can't answer my body. The crowd, because the people then not come from work.
Gotta be slave.
Monta.
So we are going down, sir?
Man, PMP pan up. Bad pan. You need no bad man, PMP pan up. Be like this of a family.
Right time. Oh, yeah, put it by.
No, like the pan, yeah.
Worldwide time.
Babes, to the top of the screen, I go back at 10K. So I'm going to TikTok up for you.
Alright, Papa, alright. Yeah, that rain I catch my water. I ain't not going slow time now. That me know. I go up so we can see. Only go better. Yeah, my ear one. I come here at Tarzan and bring some in at the pan there for me. Bring my brain food come. And my lighter. And my whistle and everything. Only what labor right, them not see for box them later. That's my father when we mint again. Wagwan. Later when excitement will come on back, the music was them gone. Everyone on deck to make it happen. The fact that one government has done well in one area does not mean that the other government or the other party can ignore the successes in that area. What we need to be doing is encouraging persons to build on what is good, what exists, so that we can improve. And stop having that mentality that says, oh, I can't accept that they've done something good because everything over there wrong. We now go grow them with it.
Well, it's all politics, so we're going to always have that discussion. So now, thank you, lady and gentlemen. So now we are going to turn to our feature on the Jamaica Labour Party founded in 1943 and currently
sense, but as the political extension of Jamaica's most powerful trade union. Bustamante was already a household name by the time he founded the JLP. Charismatic, defiant, and beloved by the working class. He had risen to prominence in 1938 for unrest that swept across the island. He believed that political power was the only way to secure long-lasting change for Jamaican workers. So in July 1943, he officially launched the Jamaica Labour Party, creating a movement built on principles of social conservatism, economic development, and democratic governance. The JLP's early years were marked by immediate success. In Jamaica's first general election under universal adult suffrage in 1944, the party swept to victory, winning 22 of the 32 seats in the House of Representatives. It was a stunning debut, and Bustamante became the island's first chief minister. After winning the general election that year, Bustamante led Jamaica into independence from Britain on August 6, becoming the nation's first prime minister. After Bustamante's health declined, he was succeeded by Sir Donald Sangster, who died just months in office in 1967. He was followed by Hugh Shearer, under whom Jamaica experienced significant economic growth, but also growing tensions, especially around labor unrest and rising inequality. The 1970s saw the JLP return to opposition as Michael Manley and the PNP ushered in a new era of democratic socialism. However, by 1980, with the economy in crisis and political violence on the rise, the Jamaican people turned again to the JLP. In the 1980 general election, under the leadership of Edward Seaga, the JLP secured a resounding victory, winning 51 of 60 seats. Seaga remained Prime Minister throughout the 1980s, but was defeated in 1989 by the PNP. He stayed on as opposition leader until 2005, best serving political figures in Caribbean history. That year, a new generation took the reins. Bruce Golding, a former JLP General Secretary who had briefly left to form the National Democratic Movement, returned and became party leader. In 2007, the party won a narrow election victory and Golding became Prime Minister. His term saw efforts at constitutional reform, infrastructure development, and engagement with the diaspora. But it was also marred by controversy.
How long before I see results with Tai Chi?
Day 3, you'll feel your energy. Day 7, your eyes will change. Day 28, you will become unrecognizable. 3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer. In 1 week, you'll see your energy. In 2 weeks, you'll feel your breath. In 3 weeks, you'll have energy and your wife won't believe your results. Here is the personalized plan of short Tai Chi workouts tailored for beginners over 50. It takes just 7 minutes per day. Beginner friendly and requires no equipment. You can work out anytime, anywhere. Just open the app and follow along.
The party to a landslide victory in 2020, winning 49 of 63 seats, one of the most dominant showings in Jamaican electoral history. Today, the JLP remains the governing party, facing the challenge of steering the country through economic pressures, high crime rates, and the growing call for constitutional reform, including the push to transition Jamaica from a constitutional monarchy to a republic. Its legacy, built on the strength of Sir Alexander Bustamante, shaped by leaders like Edward Seaga and Dr. Andrew Holness, continues to evolve as it seeks to maintain relevance in a rapidly changing Jamaica.
All right, so I want to get the panelists' take on what we just saw. But before we do that, just real quickly, Dashan, I think you had a point that you wanted to make regarding the $3.5 million threshold proposed by the PNP.
Yeah,
income tax threshold.
Yeah, you mentioned the economy petering out, well, not petering out, but developing such a way that the PNP can promise $3.5 million. They price it at $55 billion in terms of it, but it's simply in terms of funding it. For the past 13 years, the country has, for the first time in 2012, the country went through a long-term planning. Before that, we used to plan in 5-year cycles. We planned in 2012 for up to 2028, 16 years ahead, under the IMF program. And that program has allowed us to have that wiggle room that we have now. So we were paying down the debt very fast in that period. We know the debt is now about 62% of GDP. By the end of this fiscal year, it will be about 60%, meaning 60% of the of all the goods and services we produce in Jamaica, the debt only accounts for 60% of that, way lower than the 150%. But the proposal, as I understand it, is to say, since we have paid down so much of the debt now, we don't have to be aggressive anymore, and we could free 2.5% of GDP, roughly about $90 billion. And the PNP is saying we have $90 billion to play with. If we go to 60% and form the government, we're going to give back about 2/3 of that to the middle class people in the 3.5, and that's how it will be funded.
And I think that's the point that the opposition leader has been underscoring. Let's see if,
and it's the same for the JLP as well, with the reduction in the proposed reduction in the income tax. It's using those funds that are now being freed up to say, what do we do with $90 billion extra? Do we give it back to the people, and how to give it back? Both parties are trying to give it back, but they have a different way in going about it.
Takes us to that quote, balancing the books while balancing people's lives. All right, so Dr. Ashley, I want to ask you, so Andrew Holness became Prime Minister first in 2011. He was 39 years old at the time. lost the general election that year in 2011 and came to office again in 2016. How has he reached it?
Good question. I cannot explain how has he reshaped the Jamaica Labour Party. His mentor was Eddie Siaga. Very few people can tell you who are his advisors. There are some power centers in the Jamaica Labour Party. For example, Desmond McKenzie. For example, Babsy Grange. For example, Daryl Vaz. For example, Minister Clark, who is no longer with them, but with the IMF, I think. These are serious individuals who had significant power within the Jamaica Labour Party. The older stalwarts, Mike Henry, Carl Samuda, the older generations, they have been in retirement for quite a while. They haven't been consulted. They are some of them politically senile. Others have really brought the party organization into disrepute. In fact, I thought that the local government elections would herald a change in some of the individuals involved. In fact, they have sat down and enjoyed the increase in salaries, and they have done nothing much in the constituencies. And people are disappointed and disenchanted. What is even more, there are now some of the older power brokers. They are telling the Jamaican electorate that this is their last election. And people are saying, then why are you doing this if it is your last election? Why not go and allow a new set to come in? Is it, what do you want more time to do? Do you want more time to enjoy the spoils? Do you want more time to give your friends more contract? Why is it this is your last election?
Gotcha. Daniel Archer, Andrew Holness's leadership was challenged in 2013, I believe. How has he rebounded from that challenge to his leadership since then?
I think you have to look at not just the challenge to his leadership then, but his authoritarian, his hold. He's continued in many ways what Edward Siaga had done, ensuring that he keeps a tight grasp on what is happening within the party. That has helped to create the image that is only over PNP you have Cascas. You know, you keep it close. I think he's done a good job in keeping it close. He's emphasized his authoritarian tendencies. Don't forget the resignations that he had asked the colleagues, the senators, to sign in those tendencies. Even in his now slogan, 1 p.m., every time I hear it, I think about Don, you know, the one Don. Every time I hear it, I remember Siaga and the fact that he says only one Don we have here. To me, what he's doing is he's continuing that legacy. He's keeping it tight, making sure, let's go to, Ashley, if you recall the situation now that hangs over his head with the integrity situation. I say that to say that no one in his party can speak about it. They came out and they said, look, the Prime Minister has said, we can't talk about it. What does that tell you? He's got a tight rein, a good rein on the people within the party. And I think he continues the legacy of Edward Siaga by ensuring that the dominance of the leader is what shines through.
And so, Dashan, integrity has been a major issue during this campaign. What is the biggest challenge for the Jamaica Labour Party in attaining a third term?
In terms of integrity, I don't know if the electorate in Jamaica really votes on integrity because, I mean, it has become a big issue now. It was a big issue in 2016, and the JLP won the election in 2016 when the rhetoric from Dr. Peter Phillips at the time was about Mr. Onus's house and how he financed it. But I'm not sure if Jamaicans vote on that. Most Jamaicans, at least 2/3 of electors, vote for their party that they support regardless. It's the other third which swings the election, and you have to target the base. But as for Andrew Holness and JLP, he has moved that party from being center-right to center-left. And he's become more socialist in his outlook. You see a JLP government putting in place proposing higher minimum wage, social housing. A lot of programs that you go and you would say the care packages and stuff, unemployment benefits, those are normally things that come out under a left-leaning government. But the JLP was more center-right, and it's
Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, Jamaica's 9th Prime Minister and youngest to assume the role. He's the first to be born after the country's independence, a 9th policy degree from Northeastern University, focusing his research on the connection between American gun laws and violence in Jamaican society. But his entry into public service began long before that. In the mid-1990s, Holness worked as Executive Director of the voluntary organization for the upliftment of children, Vouch. It was there that he came into contact with then opposition leader Edward Seaga, whose interest in social development aligned with Holness's own. Seaga brought him into the premium group of companies, and over time, their working relationship evolved into a political mentorship. Seaga later recalled introducing Holness to the fundamentals of political organization and representation. By 1997, Holness was elected Member of Parliament for St. Andrew West Central, a seat he continues to hold. He served in various shadow cabinet roles before becoming Minister of Education in 2007. During his tenure, Holness introduced key initiatives aimed at improving literacy, expanding technical and vocational education, and strengthening school leadership. In 2011, Holness succeeded Bruce Golding as Prime Minister. He retained the education portfolio, but after calling a general election later that year, the JLP lost to the People's National Party, and Holness moved into the role of opposition leader. In 2016, he led the JLP to a narrow election victory and was sworn in again as Prime Minister. That margin widened significantly in 2020. The JLP won 49 out of 63 seats, one of the largest majorities in recent history. Voter turnout, however, dropped to just 37%, the lowest since independence. Holness has emphasized economic growth, public sector modernization, and job creation during his time in office. In 2022, during a royal visit, he made international headlines by publicly stating that Jamaica intends to move on from the British monarchy, reinforcing his government's support for transitioning to a republic. He's married to Juliet Holness, also a Member of Parliament, and together they have 2 sons. Andrew Holness has now served more consecutive years as Prime Minister than any other Jamaica Labour Party leader, from his early mentorship under Edward Seaga to holding the country's highest political office. Holness's career continues to reflect long-standing engagement with public service and national development.
Follow up on the discussion that we had prior to the break. So Daniel, you wanted to make a point.
I was refuting Dashan as much as I have this friendly battle. I don't think it's leftist leaning because it doesn't have the foundation. It's the JLP. It's about power. What do you do to stay in power? You have to be responsive. This is the first Prime Minister. Yes, it's in the age of social media. You perhaps could properly say it's the first Prime Minister who's within the era of where social media has transformed elections. He's a Prime Minister that if you put out on social media that you can't buy one car, you need to move to Southwest because you have 10 children, you will see it on social media. He's there, he's responsive. He wants to be seen as not just being responsive, but he has to keep the base together. It's not a question of what the social policies are, because when you start that, we're going to have to do a checklist now of what it means to be socialist. In terms of participatory government, this is not the leader that does that. When you have a socialist-leaning government, they tend to have a greater emphasis on participation and a little bit more contribution coming from everyone else. This leadership is leader-centric. It's responsive because we need to maintain power at all costs.
Paul, actually,
not socialism.
But all leaders in politics in Jamaica have been, all parties have been leader-centric.
The philosophy behind it has been different. This is not the philosophy. It's still capitalist-oriented, but the point is he has learned from the days when the JLP was in opposition that you have to keep the base happy and you give something and take it back at another stage.
Oh, Paul, do you think the Jamaican electorate parses it that way in terms of looking at the philosophy of the party, or do they just love the leader of the party?
No, hear me. This thing about loving the leader of the party, it's waning. It's waning. In fact, it's not it doesn't let you vote for the leader. We saw the little cut on Holness. It has been said that his middle name is Michael, and that his father named him after Michael Manley.
Right, right.
That is said. He is a different individual when compared to other prime ministers that we have experienced. Let me say from the start that to win a third term is highly complex and unusual.
Only been done one.
Out of politics. That's the end of it. If wholeness will probably be in the United Kingdom or wherever, but
Can't get a visa.
No, he can get back whatever he has surrendered. No, man. The British have a way of dealing with things. But let me say this: the perception of corruption has gotten out of hand. Party tends to look and say, look here, we have struggled. We have struggled with Siaga. We have gone through hell and high water, low waters for the Labour Party. Yet still, the beneficiaries are not necessarily die-hard Labour rights or Labour rights for a long time. In fact, some of the known beneficiaries and highly profiled individuals are plain opportunists. Plain opportunists. They are getting contracts, and moreover, it's not that things haven't been done and there haven't been performances, but the value. Are the Jamaican taxpayers getting value for money? We are building roads, we are building hospitals, we are building houses. The question is, how much political ingredient is involved in all these schemes?
And the good thing is they'll answer that question this evening. So I want to quickly follow up on something that Daniel said about Prime Minister Holness being Prime Minister in the age of social media. Dashan, has he taken on an Obama-esque persona, and does that work for the Jamaican electorate?
Well, I don't know if it works with the Jamaican electorate. That'll be seen later tonight, but certainly he has embraced the social media. He has created the page. He has set up the unit in Jamaica House. Everywhere he goes, that unit is with him even more than the mainstream media. And it broadcasts his movements every single day, every single minute for you to know what the Prime Minister is doing. It's good because he's out there with the people. For traditional media now, it seems some way that access that we are used to getting from the Prime Minister has been restricted because he's putting out his own. And yeah.
So Daniel, there are some influential people within the People's National Party. You think about Dayton Campbell, you think about Damian Crawford, and of course the leader, Mark Golding. Do you think the Jamaica Labour Party has relied too much on the popularity of Andrew Holness, the perceived popularity of Andrew Holness to carry them through?
Dashan said it earlier about the nature of leadership, and I said it, the leader-centric. In the last election, most of the seats were won based on his court strings. His court carried him over the line. And it does that, and that is perhaps because of how our system is established. It's the leader who brings. So tonight, if it is that the Jamaica Labour Party wins and gets a good number of seats, it's his coat strings. They're not voting for the person in their constituency, We vote at the top of the head of the street. It don't really matter who you vote for. People tell you that. What they're saying is that it is going to affect the 1 p.m. In the space that we have at the same time, if there is going to be a sweep for the PNP, it's going to be because they have bought into the idea that Mark Golding is a different kind of leader, and his coattails now will bring the others up as well. They might be strong leaders, but always remember, and that's why I disagree when people say the debates don't work. People like to see the leader. They want to see the leader. They want to see how the leader look and how the leader sound. And this is what makes a difference. So the leader is going to be the difference between who wins and who loses, and whether or not their presence, their aura, carries them over the line.
But also, but also you have to see the campaign trail, the posters of the leader over the candidate, everywhere, both parties.
Yeah, you notice?
Yeah.
Well, speaking about Mark Golding and his coattails, we're now going to turn to a feature on the current president of the People's National Party. He's been president of the party since 2020, Mark Jefferson Golding.
Mark Golding, attorney, businessman, politician.
But wait, who else know about this? I could set up a free account with Shippingville and get the items I purchased online right here in Jamaica. Let me check out this site. Wow, now I have my personal shipping address to order and deliver my packages, and in a few days it's here. I can pre-alert to ensure I get the correct custom charges, and they even have an Android app that I can download to my device to get the updates on my package. I need to tell everybody about this. What you waiting for? Sign up now. www.shippingville.com. It's that easy.
To Oxford University, Golding earned a first-class honors in law before returning home to attend the Norman Manley Law School, where he graduated as the most outstanding student in his year. Admitted to the bar in 1990, Golding quickly built a reputation as a corporate attorney, but in 1993, he pivoted. Alongside Chris Dering and Peter Bunting, he co-founded Dering, Bunting and Golding, Jamaica's first private sector investment bank. The firm became a major force in Caribbean finance before being sold to Scotia Group in 2006. Golding later co-founded Proven Investments Limited, now listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. His move into politics came in 2007 when Portia Simsimilla appointed him to the Senate. By 2012, he was named Minister of Justice, where he helped pass 121 acts of parliament, among them the amendment to the Dangerous Drugs Act, which decriminalized small amounts of marijuana. In 2017, Golding was elected Member of Parliament for St Andrew Southern. After the PNP's heavy loss in the 2020 general election, Golding contested and won the party's leadership, defeating Lisa Hanna in a notably civil and respectful campaign. Since then, he has worked to rebuild party unity while navigating a complex political landscape. Outside of public life, Golding has been married to his wife Sandra since 1990. The couple has 3 children. Despite his demanding schedule, he's described as a family man who keeps a low personal profile. What many don't know is that Golding also once had a foot in Jamaica's music scene. While at Oxford, he played in bands and in the 1990s co-founded Riverside Music, a small label that produced 3 albums, including Della Manley's debut, Ashes on the Windowsill. A passionate football fan, he now chairs Arnett Gardens Football Club and sees sport as an essential part of youth development and community empowerment. Today, Mark Golding's political focus is on rebuilding the PNP from the ground up, calling for deeper youth engagement, affiliate inclusion, and internal reform. Whether that strategy gains traction will depend not just on policy, but on trust and how well he connects across generations and classes. Lawyer, investor, politician, music enthusiast, Mark Golding's story is still unfolding, grounded in tradition but shaped by a modern Jamaica that demands new answers to old problems.
All right, so that was a feature on Mark Golding. Paul Ashley, I want to start with you.
All right.
Mark Golding
Yeah.
was an unlikely figure to take over the reins of the People's National Party. How did you get there?
Good question. It shows that the PNP was in a state of disarray and believed that because Mark Golding was critical in his financial affairs, that somehow he would be critical in raising money to give to them. Well, he let them know that no thank you, no sing, so to use a labor right phrase. They were on their own, they had to raise their own financing. But let me say this, Mark Golding is a reluctant politician. He's not a politician, in fact. I think that he sees this more as national service than a way to make money or to better himself. He would say that if he loses, well, he tried his best and goodbye, right? To me, Mark Golding was made by Portia Simsimilla, who elevated him to be treasurer because the existing treasurer was found wanting in terms of finances. Every time she went on the platform, she danced with Mark Golding, right? Mark Golding. Mark Golding didn't come through the ropes of the PNP. He isn't a die-hard PNP. He was in his liquor corner, coming from the white father, the white people, deal with them, dealing with social services. The father was fantastic. The father was a true...
I mean, some have questioned even if he's a real socialist.
I don't know, let me say it this way. He's a caring white man. I don't know about his philosophy. I've never heard of his philosophy. He is following his father's tradition. The father was a true Jamaican gentleman. He surrounds himself with individuals who he can trust. He's good at his word, right? He's good at it. Let me say, the real fight in this election is not really to overpower, is who to stay out of jail. There is the fear that if Mark Golding comes in, he will demand accountability and with the payment of government funds. And this thing nicely called illicit enrichment. Is thieving.
All right.
Right? And he has promised to individuals who have got this quote-unquote illicit wealth to jail.
We've heard about it. Quick question, Daniel. So the People's National Party was somewhat in disarray in 2020. Has Mark Golding managed to
I think
unify?
You look at the campaign, you can see that they have made attempts to try to unify it. I see him agree that he is a reluctant leader. He is the dark horse. It is the same situation that would happen if it is that Andrew Holness loses tonight. The difference is going to be whether or not they can trust anyone within their fold, or if they're going to look outside to rebrand and renew, as they did when they were in the wilderness for such a long time.
All right. And Dashan, go ahead.
Well, I'll just say, every party leader has become prime minister except Dr. Peter Phillips.
That's right.
If Mark Golding doesn't win it tonight, he'll become the second party leader to not become prime minister.
If he doesn't stay on.
Well said. All right,
He can stay on.
Stay with us as we go to...
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant. You get to cool back.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank, we'll help you find a way.
Everything else happen. Good education, good workforce, good leaders would produce better economy grow, and from that, healthcare can be taken care of, cost of living can be taken care of. So education, number one. And education in Jamaica, to me, is in shambles. The lower level, high school level. I remember I read a report about 10 years ago that 30% of high school leavers, 13,000 out of 42, which is about a third, had 3 CXC and more. That is poor. English passes and maths passes at CXC in the 20%. That is a joke. Education first.
I'm not sure if it's issues, but I'll say systems, processes. I want to make sure that I know when the garbage truck is coming. I don't know where you can find that information. I want to be able to know how you spend my CDF. Where can I go and find that? Do you have a website where I know how much you spent in what area? So accountability is important. And given that you can't always keep the macroeconomic indicators stable, I want to make sure that the social services work for me. There's only one clinic in my area and it serves 2 constituencies. So waiting on a Wednesday by Sunrise Clinic is hours long. I might not have the money to go to a private doctor. So I want to make sure that the social service...
All right, it is 5 o'clock. The polls are now officially closed in Jamaica. Of course, those who are still standing in line at this time are able to vote, but officially the polls in Jamaica are closed. So the decision will be coming in later tonight. So we have a few hours before that happens. So we'll continue the discussion until then. Want to welcome to the set Clyde Williams joining us as political analyst. Good to have you, Clyde. Good to have you. So the focus group that we just listened to heard a number of issues there. One of them was education. One person saying that the state of our education sector is in shambles. Your take on that?
Well, I think all of us know that we have a apartheid system in our education. We have about 3 different levels of high school systems. At least 3 different levels of high school systems, at least. And once you get to some of these high schools, your life chances will increase. And if you go to certain other high schools, my brethren call them low school, your life chances will diminish. So if you check the lawyers, doctors, engineers, chiefs, and so on in the country, you can actually begin to group in terms of the high schools they went to. So we have our apartheid system high school for a long time. It's not a JLP or P. It's systemic. It's post-colonial, neo-colonial high school system. It's still around.
Did the decline worsen after COVID?
All right, so here's what I'm saying. I don't have the data to make that determination it has declined, but I'm saying it's already bad. So if it declined, it was worse. So I'm just saying that let's just deal with the fact that even before COVID, it was bad. What I'm disappointed is our response as a people. We still have crowded hot classrooms as if we didn't learn anything during COVID. We have not adapted at all most of these roofs to harvest rain and build cisterns so that we can be a little bit more self-sustained in a tropical country with our public institutions, leading off of the high schools, the hospitals, and the clinics. A ramp where a ramp. This coming like school ground play, or we govern the country in terms of basic things and low-hanging fruit. That's why the people them are interested to come out, come vote, because it coming like schoolyard play. You know schoolyard play?
Probably too young for that. Go ahead, Paul.
You know what is important? We have heard election promises, we have heard utterances, we have seen a list of achievements, we have manifestos, light, everything. People come in ambush. We get the electorate is ambushed by certain proposals, last minute desperation. Look here. Tomorrow morning, the winner can say, look here, I don't even remember what I did say or anything, right? There is no accountability until we have a situation where the manifesto and the promises made by the incoming regime are laid in Parliament and forms the grounds of impeachment if they ignore it.
Well, that's something that the People's National Party has proposed.
Well, no. The thing is that I'm saying, you can chat all you want to chat. You can promise 15%, 38%, do everything you want to. I am saying, what is there to prevent them from saying, look here, for your stupid head, you believe everything we say. In other words, I don't think the electorate cares how much you have done. It's what they have voted for you, what you promised to do, and you have not done. So we say, thanks for everything that you have. But what about this that you promised?
Right.
You're letting me down. And I go to the point that I believe...
Impeachment is a little bit a stretch of...
The reason why this is, the election manifestos are nothing if not enforceable when you come into government.
No, I disagree.
You can't disagree. You can write anything you want.
So I want to bring Daniel Archer into the discussion. So one person mentioned the bureaucracy. And I guess those in the JLP would say, you know, it's an issue that's not law.
GoDaddy has the perfect hosting plan for any website. From low-cost shared hosting to your own virtual server. Every plan comes with a 99.9% uptime guarantee, along with a free domain name and award-winning support. No wonder we're the world's #1 web host. Unlock your online potential today with GoDaddy.
Into consideration that COVID played a part in education, that's 170,000 students. Yes, Clyde is right. Paul is not wrong either. When Clyde talks about our schools, look at the transformation. Our Ministry of Education takes a great portion of our budget. Yet our schools are not refurbished sufficiently to adapt to changing times. I can go to my primary school now and find the desk and chair I sat on. That's almost 30 years ago, believe it or not.
Strong chair.
But I'm just making the point. You know, the system, it doesn't change. So you can have a Doge, you can have Audrey Marks, you can say you believe in it. But I think what the people really want to see is accountability. If money is going into the Ministry of Education, and we can get into the numbers, people want to say, but hold on then. If you're going to spend $20 billion, $20 trillion in education, how come we not see it? And that is what leads to the apartheid. There's nothing wrong with the system that we have if it is that everybody get the same or get what they need. But at this stage, everybody doesn't get what they need. Some schools get more and some schools get the same. But the schools that get the same would need a little bit more. The system doesn't have equity in it.
Well, Daniel mentioned accountability. The Jamaica.
Well, you know that's my tune.
So the people will hold them accountable to it. Go ahead, Clyde.
We can't keep starting and stopping in terms of policy. One time we call it this, the next time we call it that. So every 10 or so years we start and stop. You cannot build an educational system on starts and stops. There has to be some consensus. Long term, we have to think Chinese at minimum. And I'm talking half Chinese here, okay? So $50 years, rather than a century, 50 years. In terms of that's 5 election cycles. Cycles, we have to converge so that we can generational change in education. If there's no convergence and consensus, then there will not be a generational then there will not be a generational change in education. And 50 years from now, we're going to be having the discussion where black Jamaicans are still on the outskirts.
Right. Lively discussion. Thank you guys. So, they're officially closed. So now we want to jump to Studio B, where we'll join to look
themselves present at 10 City and so on. So, and for as for social media, I see where they are encouraging youth parliament as well, and that's a good initiative. But what I really need to see, I remember when I don't remember the exact age, but this one time Bruce Golding, he came around and he really, spoke to the children in the community. He was not from my constituency, but yet he came. Andrew Holness did the same. He came to Independence Park at Savlamar. But we need more engagement. Talk to the youths, tell them the initiatives, tell them how you are going to achieve these initiatives.
I think it's a deliberate attempt to keep young people from holding them accountable. I don't know if it's belittling. I think that all countries in the world will use pop stars and people who others think are influential to bolster their visibility, and I think that can be a good thing. However, I think they should be careful of who they choose and the reputations that precede those artists that they're bringing onto the stage. Can those artists live up to the values that you say you have as a party? That's a challenge for them. However, generally speaking, if they're doing enough to engage young voters, I would say absolutely not. The average person in Jamaica who is coming of age does not know that they need to be enumerated in order to vote. They don't know that the voting list is only published twice a year. There must be more responsibility on the part of MPs, schools, to help people understand how the voting process even works. You can't have a voice if you're not on the list. How many young people are on the list? Another reason why they're not on the list is because we don't have to cater to you. The minute young people as a bloc recognize their importance, start forming groups, they know that they'll have power, so they deliberately keep them away from the system. Another big area of politics that nobody wants to talk about is participation outside of elections. Every 4 years, we're called to vote. But when we have things like the Spark program, which roads should be fixed, they call community groups. The people that are part of community groups are 65 plus. Which young person owns a home in these areas to come out to identify a road that should be fixed? So they're deliberately keeping young people out of the system.
All right, so we just heard some of the views of the young people, and they're critical to this election process as well. So I want to turn to Daniel. So I want to start with you. A fellow young person.
Right.
Are young people energized, particularly with this election cycle? Or why do so many of them remain disillusioned then?
Because we don't have civics in schools.
How many classes? We don't have an engaging civics program in our schools. We don't have it starting from from your, was it early childhood education until high school. Most of us don't understand the rudiments of politics. We don't understand what the difference is between a governor general and when we talk about a president. And that's one of the things I have been asking for when we talk about a public education campaign, because most young people don't understand how the system works, what their role is as a voter. And I think one of the things coming through this election is an opportunity for whichever party wins to really get down to the brass tacks and do some more work in public education. It cannot hurt. In fact, you're asking people at 18 to vote when most persons at 18, by the time they're 16, they vote who, where. And you're left to the household, to the community, the constituency to tell you who to vote for. You're not given the tools to understand what your role is as a citizen. So I take the point. Youth engagement is important. How it's being done has to improve, and I want to throw something out. We talk about low voter turnout. Have we considered lowering the voting age, the age group, voting age? I went looking to see how many areas or whichever jurisdictions have 16. Austria, Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Nicaragua, Germany, Scotland and Wales. And then, of course, I think the UK also have had discussions about lowering the voting age. If we want to increase participation, we have to start engaging the youth. We must have a civics education campaign going from young to old, different age groups, so people understand their role.
Paul Ashley, I've had the opportunity to interact with a few political campaigns, the management team, and I've noticed that a lot of the people on these teams are young people. Why, therefore, are we having a hard time getting out the young vote?
Times have changed, The internet, the cell phone, makes for easy communication. People in Jamaica watch local television anymore.
It's TikTok.
They're on the phone, man. People say still watch local news. No, people tell you what is happening in America. People tell you what is happening in British football. People tell you what, people start to gamble now. In fact, they're betting on what is happening elsewhere. Look here, politics is not really that interesting to them, They can get by without politics and politicians. They look on politicians as a set of opportunists who give you promises that they can't keep. They give you lyrics. Come there with politics, right? 6 or 1, half a dozen the other. Look here, you see if you know. 6 for a 9. A 6 for a 9, right? Why you want more time, right? 2 terms are enough. Thief no likes a thief with long bag. Thank you very much. Corruption is inherent in politics. Everywhere in the world you have corruption in politics. Well, if after 10 years you haven't stolen enough, then you're a done thief. Time to change for another thief.
So, Paul, I want to follow up on your social media question, but I want to throw it to Clyde first. So, I have seen both political leaders talk about housing. They're reaching out to the young people, different policies on either side. Is it enough?
All right, I just want to quickly refer to the comment about the engagement of young people. Now, this, and I say this because of the Donaldson polls in terms of how it has looked at it. So the last polls showed 35% 18 to 24 intending to vote. 35. 42%, 25 to 34%. A decline in percentage points on the poll conducted August 2 to 11. A decline. So as the race progressed, they are, on the poll findings, are losing interest in terms of turnout. On the contrary, Donaldson found for the category 45 to 54 and 55 to 64, over 64% increase. In the case of 45 to 54, 67% no saying, I intend to vote. And 64% of the 55 to 64 saying I'm intending to vote. And a growth of 10 percentage points, on average, 8 percentage points, between the August poll, the early one, and the now poll. So as a strategist on both political parties, I've been looking at these polls and saying this is interesting. So I've been making sure that on my list, all of the golden, all of the older people, all of them. And oops. So that's how I would be positioning in terms of strategy going into the thing. Now, I would be very concerned if I'm on the other side of the young vote, because the JLP on the polls are attracting more of the younger votes, and the PMP attracting some more of the older votes. So if I'm on the JLP strategy team, I'm looking to see if I can shore up the young vote in every single constituency, because that's where my power is and strength is.
All right, so go ahead, Daniel.
I hear we talk about these polls, and this is why tonight's outturn is going to be important. Have many of the persons who've indicated that they intend to vote been enumerated?
Yes, well, I think...
no, I'm just saying, generally.
Yes,
so
yes.
when you talk about the numbers of persons who intend to vote, notice what the young person said.
Yes.
People, how they get enumerated. Do they know their names are on the list?
Well, a lot of younger people don't know this. But the old time people, the 40 and the upwards, we all know this.
Exactly.
We all know that you must take the opportunity to go and enumerate. And you have to verify your address and so forth and so on. So you're correct on that.
I did it as soon as I turned 18. So, yeah,
Yes,
there's some young people who are interested
so
in it.
So the question is,
yes,
which I find politics is so interesting. Since 2016, the JLP recognized that the younger vote, but I don't think they did enough and have done enough amongst this demographic to ensure.
So we'll see.
We'll see.
That's exactly
All
what
right.
we'll see.
So, lively discussion, as you can see here. So we are going back to our focus group to look at something that we brought up earlier, the perception of corruption. How important is that to the Jamaican electorate?
My list: integrity, lack of corruption. I remember Jamaica for a number of years now, we're sliding on the corruption index, sliding down, wrong direction. And we have legislated ICC, right, Integrity Commission. But that coming like a joke, basically, because when the head of the country cannot get 3 years now, not signed, and then the whole thing of investigation, I'm not investigated, but you're referred to the FID. So speak truth. Come to the people straight. It is obvious that something is wrong. So integrity to me is number one. If you can't be straight about matters related to your finances, etc., income and so, who should really trust you? Come on. We are not fools. We are not fools, So I think politicians need to stop the foolishness and come straight to people. It's better you come straight and say, look, well, there are some issues I need to straighten out. Humbly, the Bible says, he that humbleth himself shall be exalted. He that exalts himself shall be abased. So the people watch the debate and we can see through the smoke screen.
Corruption definitely plays a significant role in my voting choice. And I believe that the reason why this generation doesn't really see the necessity to vote is because, they see it as this gimmicks thing, because when Portia Simpson Miller came out and said, we found money, and then you have the Petrojam scandal, the same thing with the Integrity Commission a while ago, Rural Read, and the whole thing with the education. It's it's just like what's even the sense of voting when like all parties are the same? And really and truly, when somebody asks you why don't you want to vote, you don't want to just say, oh, all parties are the same, but what's the common between the two?
Corruption for me is very mid. I think Jamaica has a culture in which corruption is endemic. So people will tell you that they care about corruption, but behind closed doors, if you ask them what they would do if they were in the position, they would do the same thing. A politician will come to see you, and their reasoning is, if I am your political representative and I'm not driving a Benz, that means nothing is not going on for me. Who wants to vote for somebody that can't afford to buy a proper car? I think it's important to recognize that in our culture, we have an eat-a-food mentality. And that eat-a-food mentality means that while we think high-level corruption, because it looks bad to the international community, is important, on the lower scale, people in our country are very willing to take bribes, cut corners. We don't have a culture of integrity at home. We see the people who are corrupt being rewarded. And so young people say, this is the way. This is why young men are chopping the line.
If you study the history of Jamaican politics, what we call corruption today is a constant feature. You had a man called L.C. Mackenzie who gave some money to Wilton Hill. And Wilton Hill says, he's my friend. My friend can always give me a gift. So when is a gift not a gift? But that time, we all said, yeah, there was Minister Lightburn, who was known as Mr. 10%. You never gave him money in his hand. When you went to visit and you wanted drinks, he says, this is in the freezer. That meant in the freezer. And then you had your drink, and then, so you didn't give money to him. There have been politicians who have paid money for their sons to get jobs in certain ministries, and in fact, being directors. You had Michael Manley getting a big box of cash. Put at his feet at the annual conference. That behavior is now not tolerated at all. Let me say, there have been moves afoot to put some guidelines in store. And it's a farcical move because politicians, a certain amount. Politicians, everyone conforms to it, and it's a ritual when they fill out the form, right? Nobody ever spends more than the stipulated amount. But there is nothing. There's a group called Friends of the.
That's right.
XYZ.
That's right.
So you are your friend, yeah, and your friend can pay any amount of money, give you anything he wants. He may not give you holidays. You can stay in his house. You can use his car. Everything. You can use his wife and his girlfriends. Right? Party. You get many things, man.
Okay.
What has happened? It is now being the people who are the beneficiaries are now complaining that the ministers and those in power and authority or can do things are demanding so much, not only of the elected ones, even the ones who are not elected. You have to pay. And no,
the question
you have to pay them to get anything.
Paul, the question is the corruption perception so significant as to change the outcome of an election? So hang on. I think Daniel wants to come in on that. Because if the election is close and the corruption perception is of significance, then it could move it one way or the other. And the question is, how significant is corruption?
And who is more affected? Which party is more affected by that?
I think where you want to do it now is to look at what's before us. This is the first time in our history where you have a prime minister who is in the throes of defending his reputation for allegations of illicit enrichment. It has split the population, with those asking for greater accountability against those who come around to coalesce to protect him. That's where it is. And the reality is that it is not that it is a perception anymore. The documents are there to demonstrate that there is an investigation into the Prime Minister because there are questions surrounding his wealth.
But one would say it's not conclusive.
But that's not the issue. The fact is that you do have those investigations. It's been sent to the FID for investigations. And then you've had that, what do you call it now? That somebody in that looks favorable to him. So even if it is that it's FID, if it's not, there's no charge because they said we need further information. Yes. The fact is that there are questions surrounding your own integrity. Yes. And that is a question that we've never had to answer before because in this jurisdiction, the leader doesn't step aside. In other jurisdictions, I bet you any dollar I have.
From a mere accusation.
From a mere accusation, you step down and wait the outcome and then you will decide whether or not you're going to go back or not. Here it doesn't happen. And so you have those around him who are saying, oh, no, can't touch my 1 p.m., no, go so. Yes. It's wrong because every other Jamaican has to declare when they go to the bank their source of funding.
So, Claude, he's taken a beating on it. Has he defended himself sufficiently?
Well, can I tell you, I'm not his lawyer to determine whether he's defended himself or not. I must tell you, bringing the judicial review suit has amplified the issues in the society, because it is now available for everybody to read the affidavits. That's the evidence sworn before a JP filed on paper that the Prime Minister and his legal team sought to have some aspects of it struck out as being scandalous and so on. Before the litigation, you wouldn't have access to some of this information.
Right.
Now this information is filed in court. So I don't know what's the end game, because even if the Prime Minister succeeds in quashing that report, they still have to go back to answering the same set of questions that had been asked previously. Because, and it would have about 2 more years to go after that. So I don't know what the
Don't forget what happened with FID, you know, because the international community has often recommended that it becomes an independent body.
Absolutely.
Not one that is not one that's attached to a ministry. So the questions now will arise. You see, it's a catch-22. The labor rights are saying we're defending our 1 p.m. There has been a historic growth. All is going well. The PNP are taking up what many persons in civil society, whether they're on the voters list or not, they're the ones who are saying this don't look good and now are making this demand. Whether it comes out tonight into the ballot is going to be decisive. But it doesn't change, though, Paul, the impact that people will be demanding greater integrity and accountability going forward.
Let me tell you something.
Go ahead, Paul.
You see, like, Jamaica is a very complex society. Drug dealers really weren't afraid of the Jamaican police, you know. It's when you had a thing called extradition, right? That is when scammers and drug dealers, get freed, right? Catch them freed. It's the same thing with these corrupt beneficiaries. United States is watching, you know. And United States is aware. You can think you're smart, and you can get very wealthy, and you don't know where you get your 3-4 motor cars and where you get your wealth from. United States decides, look here, Mr. Politician, you can't hold office any longer.
It depends on if that lines up with their own
interest.
That's right.
That's it.
There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Remember, they are the ones who also indicated and have made steps to say bribery is acceptable. Gifts
that is why
gifts
I
are acceptable.
Yeah, but Clyde is well aware. There are certain people who had promising political futures that don't have it anymore. Don't have it anymore.
Right, so here is what.
Go ahead, Clyde.
And I say corruption perception because the process is ongoing, as Daniel just pointed out.
Right.
The file has been sent to FID for further investigation. The investigator from the Integrity Commission said, I just don't have the capacity within the Integrity Commission to deal with what needs to be dealt with and so on. As we all know,
they hired an
yes, but
auditor, right?
I'm just saying what he said in his report.
Okay.
As we all know, the Prime Minister is testing whether or not sending it to FID, it having come to Parliament, is a breach of the procedure in relation to that. That's what he's testing, not whether they have enough or not, just testing that. That's what judicial review is about, not the substance, but the steps and the procedures, whether were followed by law. Because remember, that report did not go to corruption prosecutor for a determination in the Integrity Commission and a charge. It didn't go, that's a normal route. Investigate, send it up to corruption prosecutor, director of corruption prosecution. That person then determines whether or not they have enough evidence to proceed on the charge and so forth and so on, before it's tabled in Parliament. So that's what's being tested, and that's important for us to make sure we understand what's being tested. The question of whether or not, this court is not going to decide on the substantive questions as to whether he can answer the questions concerning the source of income that is at the heart of some of the issues that he's facing now. But it is bad. And what we will know, that there's a cloud hanging over insofar as an investigation. We will know later the extent to which Jamaicans still consider this to be significant. And I just close on this one thing, corruption. When you said drugs earlier, Paul, the society is a little complex because man, them a country, you know, in a Hanover and Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth Center. Now I'm going to see them ganja farming as drugs, you know. So during that time, that's correct, they would only see cocaine as a transshipment point, not them ganja farming. And if anybody know anything in Jamaica, a whole people build them edifice and them castle on the basis, and a whole heap of you go school and turn doctor, lawyer, and Indian chief on the basis of ganja farming. Yeah. A long time Jamaica should have liberated ganja farmers.
So I want to turn to another. Go ahead.
Before you finish that, it's not only the Prime Minister on him. If we are to believe Marky G, right? If we are to believe what he says, right? He says there are 10 individuals from the other side on the investigation. 10. So we're talking about something looking like Alibaba and the False Thieves.
No, I wouldn't go as far as
I'm not going there.
I said we're looking at something like.
So I want to go on the flip side now. So, given the integrity divide, where some people say like the Integrity Commission was wrong or didn't do things the right way. Is there a concern? Right. Is there a concern about the confidence that the Jamaican people will have in the Integrity Commission itself?
Yeah, man. Once politician accuss them, the Jamaican people who said about do a good job. Once politician cussing them, Jamaican, especially when they're in government. What I have for journalists. Yes, what I have a challenge with is that with all the perceptions we have had, we have never really executed any real serious politician except Jack Smith.
And that was Bobby because he would say chicken feed.
That's exactly what he would be, that he has said in terms of monies and so on. Jack Smith and one judge, one magistrate, as I recall, who used to sit in halfway tree for corruption, name has eluded me now. Those are the only two persons in the different branches of our government I've ever seen
go to prison.
Yes, or convicted. I don't remember, just convicted. And remember, we have had a lot of corruption perception. The JLP won an election, and they said Audley was the man who just released everything, revealed everything, the corruption and so forth. But we have not had, which means that there's something amiss. And we need to find out what's amiss and fix it. Otherwise, it's 5% to 6% of GDP. The country can't grow because of the following things. The cost of energy is just too much. And until we fix that, but the cost of corruption, 5 to 6% is estimated of the value of your economy. Corruption eats out.
Right. We have to also in the discussion recognize that the PNP have some individuals who are running for office who have been involved in corruption.
Well, I was speaking about politicians
generally. Yes,
but it's more dangerous when they're in government. Yes. Typically, and that's
you only get corrupt when you're in government.
Absolutely, because
but guys, we're both saying the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah. That there is and there exists corruption on both sides, and the population is, I would use a very euphemistic word, disgusted, tired of it. Yeah. But there's no, I think that you'll determine appetite to change that, because the question still stands. If politicians, regardless of whether they're orange or they're green, are all corrupt, does it make a difference?
The question is question is who carries the heavier baggage tonight. Robust discussion. Stay with us as the Jamaica Observer continues to cover election night, election day 2025. We'll be right back.
Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving that the girls' trip to Greece, they all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way. This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
AC fi cool the temperature. Get chilled and start out your summer. ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999. Start out your summer with ATL! Terms and conditions apply.
Water is another big issue. They have lockoffs every year. They're bright, they're intelligent, they have 50 diplomas, but they can't figure out how to get me piped water consistently. Garbage is another big thing. Everywhere you go, it stinks. You can't figure out how to get the garbage truck to run on time. The basic things that are needed for a democracy cannot be met, should be met. And whoever is elected must account for those granular level things. Another basic area is security. I can't afford to go to the gym. I shouldn't be forced to go to a gym. I want to be able to use the streets. I want to be able to walk. There are a lot of people that are mentally unstable on the streets. You cannot call the mental health unit and be assured that they will answer the phone.
Parties tend to look at more macro stuff, and the minor issues get lost.
Are they wrong to do so?
Eh?
Are they wrong to do so?
Yes, but I suppose they will say that use of time, because you know, all right, some people have a cynical view of politicians. You only see them when election is near. The road get fixed when election is near. Different things improve when election is near. So most politicians treat people like they are idiots, that they don't have no memory. And so that's why 20%, I think 20% voted the last time, or 30%.
30.
Right, that's why the majority don't vote, because they are cynical about everything that they hear. That is a big problem in Jamaica. So they need to get to speak about the small things. As this Mary said, that an app for JUTC is a good idea. Never thought of it.
Or sense of identity. You know, we know who we are, and we know that we deserve more than this. Now, why should I get up and say, oh, mega vote, but still yet the road in my community full of beer pothole and all of them things? Why should I get up and vote when, and I'm talking about lived experiences, why should I get up and vote when my mother is struggling day to day, you know, living hand to mouth?
All right, so we're joined on set now by O'Neill Madden. O'Neill, I want to start with you. The members of the focus group talked about garbage collection, cleaning the drains, fixing potholes, not having running water at times. Why aren't we there? Why are we still struggling in 2025?
A very good question, and I can relate to some of what what was said in the clip just now. Having grown up in a rural community, not seeing some of these things being manifested, I think our leaders and our systems, those who are in charge, the garbage collection unit and stuff, they have really not been playing their role as to how they should have been doing that. And these are basic things that should be addressed. Like, these are basic necessities that you'd imagine that any decent country should have under control. And, we just came out of another year of independence, and having gone over 60 years of independence, one would imagine that these are things that would have been, on par with other places in the world. And so I just feel like our leaders have, I heard the conversation earlier about corruption and money going elsewhere. Our leaders have failed us in that regard to really implement things in place and to reach people and to give them the basic things that will make their lives easier.
So
it's a short-term mentality that's a big part. The waste management in Jamaica, the situation in Jamaica is in crisis. It's not just the collection from your home. Jamaica does not have one sanitary landfill. And that we mean that a landfill will put the waste that meet international standard in terms of environment and so forth. Not one. The largest landfill is on a riverhead, that in river where it puts out, that's Riverton. That's why it's called Riverton. That's where we have the waste. 60% of the waste in the country roughly ends up in Riverton. I hear them talking about waste for energy. We have organic waste. That is not good material to transform. You might get enough to run the plant on the premises and probably light a few street lights here and there. What we need to do is to find a way to have proper sanitary landfills built and operated on the license contract by private sector. They then benefit from tipping fees when the trucks come to tip. We need to shift NWSMA out of operations and get them to become real regulators and invite the private sector to deal with some of the operational sides, say commercial waste, waste that is biohazard waste. All of that kind of things should be dealt with by private sector on contract with the commercial entities. So what we have is the polluter pays principle. The more you pollute, the more you import pollutants in the country, the more you pay. So until we have a system, the PNP had begun it under Paddison. That's why we got the NSW, delayed something under with assistance from the World Bank, International Development Bank. But we didn't go the distance. So what happened? They canceled the rest of the loan. More than 60% of the loan was cancelled because we were not putting up the matching funds as a government. So it was a joint project. We weren't putting the matching funds, so they canceled it. The waste management is in a crisis. We depend on our environment as one of the major things. Small island state, our environment is everything. And then I looked in the manifestos. The JLP has a little bit more. But when I looked to the PNP side, I saw bullet points. A small paragraph with bullet points on waste management. And I was just taken aback. I was like, these guys don't understand what's going on then. The JLP does have a little bit more. Didn't satisfy me. They didn't acknowledge the significance of the problem that we have. We're talking billions of dollars to outlay sanitary landfills, you know.
And then your
Priorities. And I like what Mary said, rather than appreciating it, it's a marathon. You may not have won, and I'm saying this today because both of them can't win.
So we've talked about the resources not being allocated to deal with these things, but O'Neill, I want to ask you about government efficiency. So you see long lines when you go to pay your taxes and to do and to interact with other government agencies. How do we fix that?
Well, I think one of the things we can probably commend the Jamaica Labour Party government for doing is to start or continue to some extent the digitization process of getting a lot of these administrative things online. I've seen people commending different government associations, organizations, including PICA, with, like getting your passport sorted out in record time. And so that's where we really need to get. And because my job, for example, is very flexible, and I appreciate it. So I teach full-time, I lecture full-time, I can go to some of these business places in times when I don't have classes or days when I don't have classes. But I think about people who have a full 9 to 5 or 8 to 4, whatever the case is. At what point do you get time off work to go and do some administrative stuff that's going to take you 4 hours, 5 hours? Your day's pretty much wasted. Might as well you didn't go to work any at all. So we really need to improve that through digitization, and maybe some of the things that we demand of people, I think sometimes the process is so bureaucratic that some of the things that we ask people for are just really not needed. So get rid of some of these things, and it should be efficient.
And both parties are committed to doing that.
Modernizing how we govern. That's really what it is. She talked about that app at the bus stop. You talk about looking at the fact that we need to have a better waste management system. One of the points I think we need to also examine is what you just said, services.
Yes.
How do we and how does the civil service, and I think you want a caring civil service. I mean, all of us have a story about the uncaring civil servant. And remember now that the civil service is the largest employer. So we want to see a little bit more digitization, a more transformative approach to governance, and one that builds. You see things, you work with what you get. If you can improve it, you improve it. If you can't improve it, then you replace it with something better. But we haven't seen that coming out of the manifestos. We haven't seen it in the presentations. What we're seeing at the end of the day is that responsiveness. And you made a point about service, the small, short memory. This is what we're doing. But the long-term attitude to ensure that there is retained transformation, we need to challenge that a little bit more.
So, Claude, I want to switch to the macro. I mean, based on what you've heard from folks on the ground, which is more appealing? The gradual reduction in the income tax rate, or the increase in the income tax threshold from 1.8 million to 3.5 million?
Well, I must confess to say, one of the things I don't speak about is something I don't know anything about. Okay. So I don't have the tools to really numbers. You'd have to have the data and the tools. I'm talking the economic and financial tools. I'm a lawyer. I don't have that.
Same here.
Right. Right. So I can assess an argument when made or a presentation, but I don't have the tools. So I leave that insofar. What I'm disappointed is the timing of these huge suggestions in terms of impact on fiscal policy. You can't have a situation where you publish a manifesto. You do admit the Labour Party did say in its manifesto that we'll keep it under review. But there is no specifics. And then within X time of publishing the manifesto, you now come 3 days before and you lay out this big grand proposal. Similarly in the People's National Party and so on. So I have a real difficulty with the timing of these huge proposals that impact on. Now, I'm not going to be prepared to say it must fail or it can't work. Because I remember when the LP had said 1.5p, had said it can't work. Well, they found a way to make it work. No, because I'm a realist, every account has a debit and a credit. Every account. So if you shift funds from here, then obviously somewhere else going to feel. But what I notice is, notwithstanding having done it, the macroeconomic numbers are still in the right direction, which says to me that more can be done for the poor. More can be done for the poor. Now, I'm not saying about this, I'm just saying more can be done for the poor, because if we achieve that with a massive pay down on debt, because there was a time I thought we were paying no debt too hard. You owe the banker some money, but the banker say you can give him $20 every month and you want to give him $100. Right? You're not paying on the principal and you just go and give him $100 every month. So I thought we were paying on that, but I'm not an economist. I'm just saying, but we have to can fix the road them and the broken pipe here, the healthcare, education. So when we get, I'm not boasting at 62% debt to GDP. I'm not boasting on that number. I'm saying we must get the debt thing in alignment, but that seemed to have been very steep, where we have left little for the maintenance of our sector. So I don't have the tools to answer the question, but I'm happy when the base is lifted. I'm happy when the base is lifted. Poor people can get better for themselves.
So speaking about poor people, O'Neill, the Prime Minister announced on Sunday that the Jamaica Labour Party in its next term will gradually double the minimum wage. Now, talking about macro versus micro, you see where both business leaders and the ordinary man, teachers, nurses, other civil servants are complaining that they can't afford it. What's your take on that?
Well, I've seen the discussions. I know people are saying, all right, when both parties mentioned about whether the GLP is reducing of income tax or the People's National Party increasing the threshold, people are saying, okay, we welcome that, more people have disposable income. But when you look at like the minimum wage suggestion of improvement, people are questioning
over 5 years.
Right, and it's over a 5-year period, and people are questioning that. And it's like on the one hand, we're saying, okay, those of us who are the professionals that go out every day and authority to spend. Because I think that's what is lacking.
I think the ripple effect of that, though, if you look at it in basic terms, is if you're going to be paying your helper $32,000, then you're going to be asking, is the income of the person paying going to go up? If it's not going to go up, realistically speaking, if you have a gardener and a housekeeper, as I heard one person say, well, either the gardener have got to start the housekeeping work or the housekeeper have got to start the gardening because your salary isn't going up. And one of the things that I believe, if you look at the misery index, when people talk about the cost of living, yes, you say things are really good, but grocery, by the time you pick up a tin of milk, the price changes with the weekend. And because of inflation, because of whatever, as you properly said, I'm a lawyer, not an economist. I can only speak to what I experience when I go to the store. You're going to ask yourself, so nothing really go on for me. So I understand the need to ensure that you pay a livable wage. And I want to put this caveat to all listeners. It's a minimum wage. It means that this is the least, the smallest amount you're supposed to pay. If you can pay more, realistically speaking, you should.
It's a process. Let me tell you, I believe in institutional governance. I don't believe in unilateralism. So there is a minimum wage advisory commission set up by the Minimum Wage Act.
That's right.
And there are 3 permanent members, and the minister who is in ability can invite workers' representatives and employer representatives. I believe in things being done a structured way. So for the Prime Minister to unilaterally say, we're going to double it, guys, I'm not objecting to a constant review and upgrading based on the processes. But I reject unilateralism because it is not properly thought through. And it's not fair. No representation from workers, no representation from employers, the impact it will have, running off the numbers and so forth. It may be that doubling may not be realistic, but we may be able to still have some improvement.
We touch on your point, Daniel. Both the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition have spoken. They've talked about organic growth in the economy to afford some of these things that they're putting out there. So for the PNP, it's the income tax threshold, and for the JLP, they're increasing the minimum wage.
But the hypocrisy of it, though, and this is perhaps where, because we're doing the political analyzing, is you're going to offer 32 in 5 years and such a upstick. I noticed the increase that we've been having over that period of time, and then teachers and others to give me 0 to 2, and then 1 next time. Oh, that work.
I wonder if we should move to a system where all the folks in the civil service are on a particular grade. No,
that's going to be
difficult.
No, but that's what they were doing with the reclassification. They were doing that with the reclassification, and that's the challenge that we've encountered with the reclassification.
They significantly reduced it from some serious number
to,
I remember Nigel keeps speaking about it. It was out of this world, but they have reduced it to something more manageable. So I accept that to modernize and streamline. What I reject is a unilateral approach to decision making when there are other stakeholders that are critical to that decision itself, and made at a time when it just seemed like an election gimmick. So in other words, what you're doing, you're using a legitimate need and issue, and you are bastardizing it through political gain at election time. So because it's a legitimate issue. It is a legitimate issue, but you're using it and bastardizing it in terms of...
What I said earlier about socialism, when I tell you say it's not socialism, it's a quest for power, because that's how it comes across. It doesn't come across as a genuine need or a socialist enough policy. What it looks as, if I'm responding to you, I've read the tea leaves, and this is what the people want, and I'm responding to it, at the expense of other people who've been waiting in line saying, but you give them already, so how come you just quick and fast and give them that, and I'm still waiting?
Not properly thought through. A response to the criticism that the lived lives were not matching the macroeconomic numbers for most people. It's a colonial economy we're running.
And speaking to the autocratic nature, as Clyde has said, he says, there are mechanisms in place. There is a team, there's a system, there's a method of review, but you're doing it because you have that awesome power, and you can do it because you want to respond to your base. And this is all part of when we speak about how leader-centric it is and whether or not this is what people like. Because if it works, you can't say that it's not responsive to the people.
Right.
If it doesn't work, then people are going to see it as being an element to try to regain power. And in colloquial terms, they're going to say, oh, I'm desperate, the man desperate, so I'm going to offer something.
Let me just say
just want to
Well, I think the same principle, again, none of us weren't economists, but I think the same principle could be leveled towards the People's National Party, who, at least in my estimation and in what I've seen others saying, that they're saying about the income rights, the threshold, what just came about out of nowhere.
So I would say I'm looking forward to transitioning from the economy, because I'm a lawyer, I'm not an economist either. So we are going to quickly now turn.
But the point that is being made is that it caused listeners and electors to become cynical of the process. Because these two guys competing for office, and in the last minute they might throw some big economic bombs.
Okay. All right. So we're going to keep on this for a minute longer. I want to look at crime. It's not talked about that much. Something that I've noted, Mark Golding criticizes the government for the increase in crime, the murder rate, but praises the police whenever there's a reduction. Of course, I guess that's politics, but what's your take on that, Olivier?
Politics.
Well, you just said it's politics, because on the one hand, I believe you have to give credit to, if you're giving credit to the Jamaica Constabulary Force, which is governed by the Ministry of National Security, you have to give credit to the government by large, because the government has made some amount of investment in the resources that are given to the police, to conduct their duties. So, I think on the one hand, it's like, okay, and by the way, I think everybody is happy that we're seeing a reduction in crime. But for me, it's sort of hypocritical on the opposition. I think that I said it earlier. We can, and this is something that I have a problem with in politics, we can oppose, but we can give credit.
Absolutely.
We can give credit. Like, I see what has been what's going on. I've seen the investment. I can give you credit. Right. Can more be done? Yes, and you point out what can be done. But to sort of come off blatantly as though the government has no role in it, I don't appreciate that. And whichever party that does that, I don't appreciate that.
So we stay we're not going to, we saw diatribe that we're not going to say, oh, that is a good idea, Because what you hear is, your teeth my manifesto. Yeah. You hear? Mm-hmm. Rather than in a debate, Clyde, you extend the conversation. Yeah. So it's a good argument.
That's correct.
It's a good argument.
That's correct.
But I'm to make it better.
That's correct.
And I think as we transition,
yes,
as people become more interested in the process, as you have more discussions within the civic space, yes, you have to try to let people understand that there's nothing wrong with saying, you did a good job, I can do better though.
Correct.
I am better for
yes,
it. Yeah?
I mean,
and tell me,
yes,
not just that I am better, but tell me how you're going to make it better.
No, this is not to justify, but it seems like a hangover from slavery and so on, where we just don't want to look on the next black man and say, yo, are you in? No, so we have to find it in ourselves to be able to have a great job. Yeah. Great job, because you can't build a nation on labor rights alone, nor can you build it on PNP people alone. It's simple. It's a tug of war. Labor right PNP are tug against it, now going away. The people them get stuck in the middle, now going away. Mm-hmm. So I was severely disappointed when the position of the PNP in terms of its speaking points on the campaign is that no credit to the JLP government for the significant reduction in crime. None at all.
Well, I suppose, and you don't stone the TV when I say what I'm about to say, or the phone, but at the end of the day, you're going to hear what the PNP did was to try to say, look, we put the things in place before.
From 2016.
And you was working on it. You try, hold on, I tell you what me hear. When you try the SOE and say it now work. So you have to try something else, but all helped you to make investments in the digital transformation of the force. Mm-hmm. Here's my point. Yes. Needle and thread. Mm-hmm. You can't sew without the thread or the needle, right?
Yes.
And that is where governments, in showing that they're growing and transforming, have to get to a point where they can recognize that for where we are today, Wati did something, what did they do?
Yes. That's correct.
And then build on that, which is what the Jamaica Labour Party really did. Mm-hmm. Because there was a lot, if you look back at what has been over the past, Mr. Bunting wasn't the only one who asked for divine intervention.
Every single
the labor rights also asked for divine intervention. Yes? Allow me to tell? So everybody had a challenge. Yes. At the end of the day, after many attempts, something seems to finally stuck.
Yes. But you see what we got out of the debates though is, it was under Bruce Golding that this was established, or this, and then the PNP rebutted to say, no, it's manly that.
Because we're individualized to the point where, remember, we started this conversation, we're so leader-centric that we no longer focus on what is good for Jamaicans, and I'm not making a pun on that.
All right.
We need to focus a little bit more on what's good for all of us.
Really engaging discussion. Thank you to my panelists. So we're going to throw it to Studio B now with Kwame, Thomas, and Dashan Hendricks. I believe some numbers are coming in, so throwing over to them.
Welcome back to our viewers. A very robust discussion happening in Studio B. Good points raised all. But right now we're looking at the streets and we're seeing that of the 7,294 boxes, approximately 58 has been counted. And as we look right here now, as a matter of fact, I think it's best for me to ask Dashan to just give us a snapshot of what's happening here.
Well, as you can see, the results are really, really preliminary. Nothing counted yet, but the PNP is leading in 12 seats so far, the JLP in 3. Out of 58 boxes, 58 out of 7,294 boxes counted so far. Many of these constituencies, only about 1 or 2 boxes have been counted so far. And the results are coming. Westmoreland Eastern, it's close so far. The PNP leading by just 6 votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes alone in Westmoreland Eastern. In St. Thomas Eastern, the PNP is targeting this seat. Dr. Michelle Charles won that seat in 2020. The PNP is going after it right now. They are leading there by 35 votes. St. James Southern, another PNP seat that was split in 2020. The PNP is going after that again, leading by 45 votes there. And St. Andrew West Rural. Now, this is a seat that normally votes JLP. The PNP leading by 104 in that seat. But remember, these are preliminary counts so far. They are not the results so far. The results will change over time as we go along today. But look here, Manchester Central, Rhoda Moy Crawford lost all her council seats. Belfield, Royal Flat, Mandeville, and Knockpatrick in the 2024 local government election. But look here, she's in by 78 seats over the PNP's Mayor Donovan Mitchell in Manchester Central. So the results are coming in preliminary. We can just look at some more constituencies.
Any constituency that you had in mind?
Well, let's start with St. Andrew. Well, St. Andrew Eastern, Patricia Duncan Sutherland contesting with Favor Williams. PNP's after this. 2 divisions. Mona, Papine. The JLP racks up most of its votes here in Mona, the PNP in Papine. It's about who can get more votes in their division, which will take this seat home for either the PNP or the JLP. But Favor, put nothing past her. She's a warrior. She fights in this seat.
So what about anywhere else in St. Andrew? Could we, for example, look here? Is there anything that we have to say about this particular constituency?
Not yet. The JLP is expected to retain the seat. This is Carl Samuda's old seat in St. Andrew North Central. Still again, the JLP is expected to retain the seat as well. St. Andrew North Eastern with Delroy Chuck, but nothing in here yet. We're still awaiting results from that.
Well, I think, so are we in a position though to say that this should be relatively close, as in we have newcomer here, well, it's a newcomer, Stacey Knight. She's the daughter of
Katie Knight.
So we're expecting to hear some things from her as well on the road.
Well, she believes she can win, but in all reality, we expect this to still be retaining JLP column.
All right.
Now, this is St. Andrew Northwestern. This is a seat that is contested by Dwayne Smith. It's the Finance Minister Nigel Clark's old seat. Dwayne Smith, we are expecting him to retain this seat. No boxes as yet have been counted in it. No results in this seat as yet. St. Andrew Southeastern, the PNP's Julian Robinson contesting with Kevin Frith. It likes no results in this seat as yet, but we continue.
And the expectation is that Julian Robinson should retain this particular
seat as well. But we have to wait to see all the ballots counted before we can make
just want to remind our viewers here that these are just the preliminary counts. There's nothing concrete just yet.
This seat, St. Andrew Southern, Portia Simpson Miller's old seat, she carried it for the PNP, winning it from in the 70s, coming until she resigned and gave it over to Angela Brown-Burke. Now, this is the PNP leader, Mark J. Golding in Southern, and he's expected to maintain this seat, but no votes in this seat as yet. No ballots have been counted so far. 86 boxes, 0 boxes counted so far.
For this one, we see Paul Buchanan, and nothing has been counted yet of the 105 boxes.
But I must, we're having some major data, but there are some issues. The boxes may be counted, but results are not populated here as yet. So we are just checking back for the data over and over and over to bring it to you live as we go on.
So let us try for somewhere else, perhaps Manchester Central.
Let's go to Manchester Central, where Rhoda Moy Crawford is leading. Manchester Central right there, yeah. There is Rhoda Moy Crawford, the PNP in touch of this seat. They believe if they're going to win, they have to take Central Manchester again. Peter Bunting was in the seat, he's gone to Southern Manchester. Donovan Mitchell is contesting the seat. As I said again, the PNP won all 4 council divisions in Manchester last year. Rhoda is under pressure there, but she's leading right now 349 to 271 votes, but boxes counted so far out of 139. So we read nothing much into that result so far.
Anything else that we should be considering here, though, as we continue with the counting?
Well, if the PNP is going to take Manchester Central, they have to rack up most of their votes in the Belfield division. Strong PNP seat in central Manchester. Knockpatrick, Royal Flats, Mandeville. He has to bring that home if he's going to take central Manchester over Rhoda Moy Crawford this evening.
But based on what you have said, though, it would appear as though all against Rhoda Moy Crawford, based on the fact that she has lost all her council seats so far.
It would appear that way, but again, elections are won on the day. It is who is able to bring out their voters to vote. And so far, 6 boxes out of 139, nothing to write about. That's less than 5% of the boxes counted so far, but Rhoda Moy Crawford is leading so far, 56% of all the votes counted so far.
Wow. So not a whole lot yet to expect. We continue to watch, we continue to keep you updated, and right now we're just going to throw back to our friends over in Studio A to continue on this robust discussion. Continue to stay with us. You're watching us on the Observer channel live.
All right, thank you, Kwame and Dashan. So, pretty early. It is very early.
10 o'clock come now, we can have a sense.
Right.
But I'll tell you this.
Go ahead.
Party stalwarts already and organizers already have a sense of what has happened on the ground already. So never ever forget that. If you're running a if you're running a
So I want to get your take, Daniel, on what was just discussed.
I agree. A little bit too, not a little. We way early because we need to get an assessment of what is happening on the ground in some parts. That sometimes dampens the votes, you know, it dampens votes because people can't come out. So you've had Kingston, Montego Bay, Spanish Town, Mandeville, Ocho Rios and Negril that had scattered showers. There is an expectation that you're going to have a voter turnout of over 50%. Rumor has it now that, and I say rumor because we can't confirm, it's 48% or thereabouts. So you're still going to be looking to see when the boxes come down, what is going to be happening. I hear mutterings about Belfield in favor of Rhoda. One of the things we need to look at is the constituencies in which members of parliament have done work. So we're going to have to factor in because it's not to say that all member parliaments didn't do work.
Yes. All right, so it's only going to get hotter later tonight as the numbers continue to come in. So stay with us as the Jamaica Observer gives you live coverage of Election Day 2025.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girl's trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Need a AC for cool the temperature. Get chilled and start out your summer. ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your bill, starting at just $59. Start out your summer with ATL! Terms and conditions apply.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girl's trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank, we'll help you find a way.
Need a AC fi cool the temperature. Get chilled and start out your summer. ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant. You get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999. Start out your summer with ATL! Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to the Jamaica Decision 2025. I'm your host, Kwame Thomas, and I'm here with Dashan Hendricks. Right now, Dashan, we're hearing that you have some interesting information to share with us from the EOJ.
Well, our reporter, Karina Bennett, is at the EOJ right now, and she's feeding in information to us. She said that activity has picked up here at the election center, where the results dashboard is now up and on screen, tracking progress across all 63 constituencies. Remember, the figures are still preliminary, but it shows the PNP leading ahead, as we have showed earlier, and the numbers are changing. So far, she says the highest vote is coming from St. Elizabeth Northwestern. And then you have votes also in Clarendon Northwestern, and just from the PNP contesting that seat right now. The PNP wants the seat back in their column if they're going to Northeastern.
Wow. And so we head over to St. Elizabeth Southwestern with Miranda Wellington and Floyd Green.
This is the bellwether seat. Every election in Jamaica since 1962, the government has won this seat. No election has been won by any government without them taking the seat. Miranda Wellington in St. Elizabeth Southwestern for the PNP, contesting against the incumbent Floyd Green. The JP are pretty confident in St. Elizabeth Southwestern, but so too is the People's National Party, who wants to take this because they believe if they can take this seat, it will make a signal as to where the election is going this evening.
Wow. And so we look closely now at St. Elizabeth Southeastern with Norman Scott versus Franklin R. Witter.
It's Franklin Witter's seat. It's a JLP seat. Norman Scott leaving as the mayor of Spanish Town, going into St. Elizabeth to contest this seat. Let's see what happens in there between Norman Scott and Franklin Witter. No boxes counted so far of 109, so we still await results from there.
All right, so we move over to our next parish, Manchester Northwestern, with Michael Phillips, up against Damien Sensi Young.
This was the only seat the People's National Party kept in Manchester in the 2020 election. The only one. They lost the other two, Central Manchester and Manchester Southern. But Michael Phillips contesting in the here, only a single box counted so out of 104. So that's less than 1% of the boxes counted. But so far getting 76 votes to the JLP's 41 and the JPP getting a single vote in that constituency. But the PNP is expected to retain that seat.
And so now we move over to Manchester Northeastern with Clive Warren. Oh, wow.
Well, Valentin Went of the PNP has designs on this seat, Aldershaw's old seat, but the Prime Minister has flown in urgent marks to take over that seat for the Jamaica Labour Party. She has been gaining traction so far, but no boxes counted so far out of 111. We still await results there.
And so now we head down to Manchester Southern with Peter Bunting.
Well, the PNP wants this seat. It was a PNP seat before. The JLP flipped it in 2020. Peter Bunting is gone down there from Central Manchester, trying to put it back in the PNP column. 2 boxes counted so far. Peter Bunting leading so far over Ian Eves and Karen Scott of the JPP. 126 to 61, double the amount of votes that Ian Ives has gotten.
So what are your expectations as far as this is concerned?
Well, we wait and see. But if you are to go with history and knowing that in an election such as we had is represented by the JLP's Horace Chang. Now this seat, the PNP have
Keisha
targeted
versus
St. James
Homer
Southern
Davis.
again. Traditional PNP seat, Derek Kelly left it in 2020. The PNP lost the seat to Homer Davis. Homer Davis contesting it again. Nikisha Burchell going to that seat. She's from St. James Southern. She's racking up the votes here so far, but again, only 4
boxes
out of
counted.
110. We can't read too much into that right now.
And so we head over to St. James West Central.
This is the battleground seat in St. James. Marlene Malahou Ford versus Andre Hon. These two were at it in 2020. Marlene beat him by less than 2,000. Now he believes he can flip that seat right now. Marlene believes she'll be holding on to it, but results from this will determine where the election is going. Wherever the West goes,
the rest goes.
The rest goes.
All right, so here we look at St. James Central.
This, very hard to call. No boxes counted so far, but Hira Clark versus Janice Allen, we still have results from there.
All right. So we now head over to Hanover Eastern, where we see, wow.
The JLP's Dave Brown returning. I mean, last year's local government election, the JLP swept Hanover 7-0. Traditionally, Hanover Western votes PNP, but Tamika Davis won it the last time.
They were able to hold back cash. We expected that they would try to suppress the vote by trying to buy.
Okay, we'll go back to Dwayne at the PNP headquarters a little later on. But first, any comment, Earl, coming out of those two interviews?
It's difficult. Well, both are, on the one hand, expressing confidence in the ultimate outcome.
Which they will do right up until they lose.
Right up until they lose one or the other. But that undercurrent in terms of the turnout and what might have been thing to be taken into consideration very seriously. We have been at this electronic transition to electronic voting for quite some time now, and I think there will be questions after this as to why we have not reached where we need to reach in terms of perfecting that system.
Yeah, Emily, anything you heard there from either Mrs. Johnson-Smith or Donna Scott-Motley?
No. I think the people now are interested to hear where are now an hour and a half since the official close of poll. We should be getting some numbers in. All of the post-mortem about who paid what and who was saving what, we can have that later. But right now, I'm interested in the numbers, and I think the people are.
Well, having said that, it's back to electoral office with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. As you said earlier, the numbers are coming in steadily. I know a lot of people may be wondering why we're not getting the numbers a little bit faster, but things will definitely pick up as it gets closer to further in the evening. I can now say, Dion, looking at this chart behind me, the results dashboard, the People's National Party, still early days, I must say, People's National Party leading in 13 constituencies, while the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 9 constituencies. I'm going to read a few of the constituencies in terms of the progress so far, and we're seeing with the largest percent of the boxes counted, and we're seeing the People's National Party leading in Clarendon North Central, 1,499 votes for the People's National Party to the Jamaica Labour Party's 931 votes, and the other, the JPP, 3 votes in that constituency. I'm going to move over. I'm going to ask the videographer to just follow me as I go to the desk right here. For this, on this computer, we're seeing a map. Well, it went blank for a few minutes, while I try to bring it back up in terms of But we try to bring up the maps a little later on, Dion, looking at the specific constituencies, having some issues there with the computer. But I can say, I know lots of persons may also be wondering why we have not received the final voter turnout for this evening. I've been trying to get some information from the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. He has not spoken to us all day, and the last time I checked, he informed us that he'll be doing one interview with all the media houses. So we are still waiting on that, waiting to see what the voter turnout will be like for this evening. So that's all we have for right now. It's back to you.
Thank you. So she says at this point, PNP leading 13, JLP leading in 9. Very, very early days yet, and we'll continue to update that. And even the results that we're seeing coming in are still pretty early. So you're seeing, for instance, in Catherine North Central, we're seeing the JLP's Neil Powell with 176 votes, Natalie Nita Garvey with 165. But again, that's 4 boxes out of 108 at this point. So Central Kingston, still just one box we're seeing. I think we saw that earlier on as well, where the PNP's Steve McGregor is trying to unseat the JLP's Donovan Williams. So any surprises in relation to the speed at which we're seeing the results? Because I'm looking, it's 20-7 now. I mean...
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's going to step up. Some of these boxes are coming from rural Jamaica. Information may take a while to get there. So, I mean, the results are coming in, and that's the most important thing, and the Jamaican people can see that for themselves right here on TVJ. So, my view, though, is that if we had so much, well, in some of the areas, we had some challenges today, then, of course, I think it's just going to carry out through the night. So we may experience some hiccups over there at the counting center where we're getting the info from.
Seeing St. Thomas is on there, 5 boxes out of 28. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw. Okay, that changed. Portland West, 2 boxes of 104. Campbell with 75 votes. Darrell Vaz with 37 votes. Again, very, very early. And we see Michael Aiken there coming on the board. St. Anne Southeast, we have Kenneth Russell of the PNP, 44 votes to Adion Pearce, 9. Just 1 box counted so far out of 131.
If I could just come in here as well, one of the big seats that I'm certainly looking at for the night, Southwest. It's a weather vane seat. It has for the last 5 elections voted with a winning party. It is now held by Floyd Green. I'm seeing it is now well 18 to Miranda Wellington. It's just one.
Earlier, watching it very closely, Westmoreland Central, 2 boxes out of 120. George Wright of the JLP, 101. Dwayne Vaz with 74. Kathleen Greenwood with 1. Don Foote, no votes so far, just 2 boxes out of 170.
Right. I'm seeing here for Central Kingston. Did you just touch Central Kingston?
Kind of came and went.
Okay, came and went. So that is...
I wanted to draw historical reference to that constituency, Central Kingston, because it's a constituency of great sentimental value to the PNP.
Yep.
First won by Michael Manley in 1967 over E.K. Powell, and it was a very, very tight election there.
Yes.
I think the percentage was Manley 49.68 and E.K. Powell 49.19. That was how close it was. And I don't know, perhaps it's returning to that kind of competitive contest in Kingston Central.
Right. Just 1 box so far for St. Elizabeth Southwestern. Floyd Green, 71 votes to 16 for Miranda Wellington.
And it depends on the particular division in which...
It really does depend on the division.
She is strong on the western side of the bridge, or as some would say, the northern side of the bridge in Black River and Brompton, those divisions. And Floyd Green is strong in Mountainside and the Pedro Plains division.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll be back shortly with more from our election results show. We'll soon come. back with you with TJ5 elections. Before we go back to some more results as well as our panel, let's go to PNP headquarters with Dwayne Anderson.
People familiar with the geographical layout of St. Andrew will know that the PNP's headquarters here on Old Hope Road is smack in the middle of what you call a PNP Bastille here in southeastern St. Andrew. And I say that because with each passing minute, the PNP supporters are just flooding into here, just glancing at the crowd, right? 400 or 500 people are here, and they're here confident that their party is going to win tonight. But among the people here tonight is my colleague from the Gleaner, senior reporter, Kimon Francis. Kimon, you were on the road today. You went through in parts of St. Catherine, parts of St. Andrew and Kingston. What did you observe specifically in those battleground seats?
It was a bit strange today, and I say strange in the sense that customarily in elections see the party's bases, they're out in their numbers. Today I had to literally go into the garrisons, deep into the garrisons, to see the base and to hear from them. In a lot of the communities was really the middle income earners, working class, you know, upper middle.
Give me a minute, Kimon. Sir, we're doing a live on TV, so could you just step back and give me a couple minutes, please? Thank you. You can speak to me afterwards. Kimon, you were saying about the middle class voters?
Right, we were seeing middle income earners, you know, upper middle income, just lining up, waiting for hours to vote. We didn't see much of the base support, as I said previously. Interestingly, when I spoke to a senior member of the People's National Party, that we have 14 and the goal is to keep that 14, and we're really looking at 21 more minimum to add to that to take us across the line.
No, we've been hearing complaints left, right and center about slow voting, low turning. It's fine, thank you very much. But one particular thing that we must note that here in Jamaica is that employers are required and encouraged to send home their workers a little bit early so they can vote. While coming through Western St. Andrew in particular on Spanish Town Road, we saw this massive buildup of traffic where I'm imagining some voters would have been in that traffic. You were able to find out what was going on. What happened for those 2-3 hours where people were just...
What was happening was that supporters of the Jamaica and of the People's National Party, I don't want to say clash, but they met. And what I saw was actually a sight for sore history. They were dancing. So the police were working to try and clear the traffic, but not aggressively. They wanted people to interact, but it did cause, you know, a pileup.
Thank you. Kimon and I, we're here at the PNP's headquarters, and I'm imagining based on how slow the voting is going, we could be here until around midnight or 1 a.m. Whatever newsworthy happens, it's back to you in the studio. Dion.
Thank you so much, Dwayne. Well, as we were saying earlier, though, a lot of times what you have is you have this very slow period, and then all of a sudden the results just start pouring in, a tsunami of results a lot of the time. We're not quite at that point yet, so when we look at a lot of the results, so for instance, we're seeing East Portland. We've been stuck at this particular result for a little while, just 2 boxes. And here we go. I don't think we've read this before. We have St. Ann Northeastern, 17 boxes of 147. Matthew Samoud of the JLP with 885. Ryan Simpson of the PNP with 686. And Emily, let me ask you to take the next couple of results.
Right, so this is Trelawney Northern. 16 of 146 boxes counted. Earl, I think you're in better eyesight than I am at the moment.
Yes. Toba Hamilton, 928.
Let me hand over the baton properly to you, Earl.
Yes.
Take the baton, Earl.
Toba Hamilton, 928 to Wickham McNeil, 662. So she has 58%, and he has, well, let's move on. 186 for Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and Paul Patmore of the PNP, 156. That is 5 boxes of.
And we expect Marissa Dalrymple Philibert to hold that.
7 boxes out of 1. Mr. Southern, Peter Bunting, 651 to Ian Ives, 439. So that's 59.6 to 40.2%. And the independent Karen Scott, she got Manchester Central, Interesting one. Donovan Mitchell of the 5-8 Rhoda Crawford of the JLP 731. 13 of 139 boxes. Manchester North Western, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 220 votes, and Damian Young of the JLP, 167 votes. Teresa still at 1 vote. So Michael Phillips has 56.7% of them, 43%. There, and it's 16 of 146 boxes. Has it moved? Toba Hamilton, 928 to Wickham McNeil, 662, 58% to 42%. Maybe I should make a point about Peter Bunting and Southern Manchester, not specifically about Manchester Southern, but just Peter Bunting. Should he win tonight, he would be one of a very small number of persons, if he's not unique, to have won 3 different seats in Parliament. Started in Clarendon East, Southeast, then went to Manchester Central, and now in Manchester South.
Let me just throw in a quick apology for we haven't been attributing the votes to the Jamaica Progressive Party. Those are the candidates that you're seeing coming up with a symbol of the praying hands behind them. They're actually not independents. They are members of the Jamaica Progressive of candidates in the election. So my apologies to the party and the viewers for that. Yes, sir.
So we're now in Westmoreland Eastern, 7 boxes of 123, and you have Dayton Campbell just so with 2 votes to Daniel Lawrence of the 53. So that's 49.6% to 48.5%. And, well, St. Elizabeth North Western, Andrew Morris of the JLP, 76%, that is 697 votes, to Patricia Scarlett Forrester, votes, that's 23%. And Mr. Edwards, Jason Edwards, he is 3%, 3 votes.
The Jamaica Progressive
Party. St. Elizabeth North Eastern, Delroy Slowly, the incumbent, 444 votes to Zulika Jess, 147. And Joseph Pattison, he is 0 votes, and the JDP candidate 0 votes as well. So Delroy Slowly is comfortably ahead at the moment. St. Catherine East Central.
Yes.
Orlando Terrelong, 54 votes. Raymond Price, 54
been stuck here
1 box out of 98.
Yeah, this has been here.
But this is one of the seats that the PNP needs to wrestle back tonight if they hope to win election. Very for them. Orlando Terrelong, I think, is looking for his 3rd term.
3rd term, yes.
3rd term at the moment. And he's facing Raymond Price. Raymond Price is always a great challenger. So we'll see what happens tonight.
St. Thomas Western, 6 of 163 boxes, and you have Hubert Williams of the PNP with 290 votes, and James Robertson, 229. Carleen Affleck of the JDP, 1 vote.
Hubert Williams, former mayor, and James Robertson, of course, several times up to bat. Some progress here. St. Thomas Eastern, 28 boxes of 128. The PNP's Yvonne Shaw at 1,294. The JLP's Michelle Charles, 1,158. Claudius Wong at 11 votes. Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 5 votes. So that's 28 of 128. That's about what... Sorry, I tried to do the maths and the maths now maths. All right, so let me move on. Manchester Southern, 820. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 739 votes. Have we moved here?
I don't.
The JLP's Ian Ives, 479.
No.
Okay, I think it just moved as
this is a final.
Hold on.
120 of 120.
Okay, it kind of shifted on us there. So this is a complete result. And this is 120. Can we go back to that, please?
All right.
Can we go back to that? That's 120 out of 120. So that, there you go. So Peter Bunting, one comment, quick comment, everybody.
We have to say that Peter Bunting has made history.
Yes.
As Earl has just pointed out, he's the first man in Jamaica's history since 1944 to have won a seat in constituencies, first in Southeast, Clarendon, and then in Central Manchester, and now in South Manchester. I see we're northwestern St. Elizabeth by the Electoral Office of Jamaica's numbers. Andrew Morris of the JLP has taken that over Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 5,555 versus 3,821, with 100% counted. When I look at Westmoreland, 2 constituencies in Hanover, the PNP is leading in both of those at the moment, and it is leading in the 3 seats at the moment. We'll give a breakdown very soon as to the number of boxes counted. But Eastern has 89.4% counted. Dr. Dayton Campbell is out, 6,595 out in front, ahead of the incumbent Daniel Lawrence, who is trailing with 5,012, with only about 10% of the votes to come in for Eastern Westmoreland.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 71 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 3,700. Can we go back to that? Okay, we lost that. Western Westmoreland. Okay, let's move on. 8 boxes of 138. The PNP is Ian Hales. I don't feel we've moved here. Garfield James of the JLP 351. This feels like one we've seen before.
There was movement in Central Manchester. I don't know whether we could go back to that one.
So.
Significant movement in Central Manchester.
All right. We have here St. Elizabeth Northeast, 86 boxes out of 125. The PNP's Zalika Jess leading here, 5,504. The JLP's Delroy Slowly, 5,278. Sean Mary, 10 votes. Joseph Pattison. Sean Mary of the Progressive Party has 10 votes. Joseph Pattison of the UIC has 8 votes. So this is 86 boxes out of 125 for St. Elizabeth Northeast.
What is this? Clarendon Northwest. This is where newbie.
Hold on 1 second. We have a completed. Oh yes, you read this already. My apologies. Go ahead, Emily. St. Elizabeth Northwest, but you had shared that with us already.
And this is where Warren Newby of the JLP is up against Richard Azan. 91.7% of the votes counted. Richard Azan is leading 6,356 to Newby's 5,895. Not many boxes there left to go. We'll come back to that in just a moment.
Okay, let's see what's next. Anybody sweating here on either side of the table?
Holding on for.
I'm drinking tea. Them a drink tea, viewers and listeners. Them a drink tea. Always a good thing to do.
Yes.
Yes, when you're a Jamaican, you don't know what to do, drink tea.
So, Clifford, you needed to take South Manchester, which is the first JLP tree to fall tonight. And Peter Bunting has done that.
Yes.
Yeah? As I said, you're leading in all of Western Jamaica at the moment, and it looks as if for Eastern, that Dr. Dayton Campbell will reclaim that for the People's National Party, but the numbers are a little early in Central and in Western. Yeah? So, your thoughts on taking South Manchester?
I mean, I think that was already a given for us. We already had as a comfortable take. You know, really, truly. I don't think there's anybody that really thought that the JP would have held on to a seat as like South Manchester. I think it's similar with South St. James as well.
Well, Eastern St. Andrew, which you needed to take as well, 91% of the votes counted. Favour Williams, 6,490. To Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 5,398. You ready to give that up. 9%, but she's leading by just a shade under 900, 800, 900 thereabouts. So
I think I see it like that is something that goes down to the wire, down to the last count. So I think there's possible headways we can make, and probably we will make in that season.
Okay, we're going over to Jay. Let's go over to EOJ with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. Now, I know you've been providing the latest numbers to our viewers, but we just saw a significant jump in the numbers here at the EC. I can see some of the constituencies where the counting has been completed. Manchester Southern, one of those constituencies that we have been watching closely. We're now seeing the People's National Party in that constituency 8,573 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's 7,903 votes. I know this is a lot for our viewers to digest, so I'll not go through every one of them, but now looking at another one where I'm seeing that the counting has been completed. St. Elizabeth Northwestern, we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party 5,555 votes and the People's National Party 3,831 votes. To that board in a bit in another update, but right now I'm joined with my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. Karen, thank you so much for joining me. I know today we've been hearing about the council line for hours. I voted in Southern St. Catherine. I got there around 10. I didn't leave until around 10:45. You may say it doesn't seem long, but there are only two persons in front of me. And what was your experience?
My experience is similar to yours, Kalisha. Same constituency. I voted at Belmont Park Primary School, a polling station with probably about 15 PDs. So when I got there just after 7 o'clock. My mantra is early voting. So I got there just after 7 o'clock. When I got there, I joined a line outside the polling station, which is very unusual, probably about 15 or so. And then we went inside and had to line up again in front of PD, and we were there in the steaming sun. It took about 40 minutes for the process to be completed, and everybody in the line was also saying that, and many experienced voters were saying that, that this is very, very unusual.
Okay, thank you so much, Karen. I'm going to go back to the board a bit, and we're seeing the People's National Party is leading in 30 constituencies, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33. And as I mentioned earlier, we've seen a significant jump in terms of the progress in each constituency. Moving now to even St. Andrew Southeastern, where 89% of the boxes counted there. We're seeing the People's National Party 4,710 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party 2,827 votes. Going back to, I'm going down now to, St. Andrew Northeastern, where 94% of the boxes have been counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in that constituency 4,883 votes to the People's National Party 3,555 votes. Karen, anything, and I know you covered in 2020, are you seeing anything that's really, I know there are some seats we've been watching closely, 12 of which, the Jamaica Labour Party won in years. Was there a particular constituency you were watching closely coming into this election?
Yes, certainly. I grew up in East Rural St. Andrew, so that's always a seat of interest to me. So I was watching that as among the seats that I was watching. I expected things to be different. I'm not an election expert by any means, but I expected things to be different in a non-COVID times as it was in 2020.
Thank you so much, my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. And Dion, of course, I'll have some more updates for you when you join me in the next live report. Reporting from the ECJ, I'm Kalisha Williams. It's back to you, Dion, in studio.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. And just Kalisha just said, in terms of the latest seats, what should I say, where they're leaning, JLP leading at this moment in 33, PNP leading in 30. We have up St. Andrew East Rural, but this is way back when. I suspect the counting has changed significantly here. This is 3 boxes of 137. PNP's, okay, let's go to St. Thomas Western, 2063. The JLP's James Robertson, 1223. The PNP's Hubert Williams now 1060. And Carlene Affleck of the Progress. Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back. We'll get some more comment and lots more results. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 election. So let me just do a temperature check first with our two politicals. And Clifford, you first. Right now, what you're seeing?
Currently in the western part of the country, and as old agency goes.
Your voice gone low.
I was saying we're leading in the western part of the country, and as the saying goes. Huh?
It's not that you feel
No,
weak.
man, definitely strong over here, very strong. As the saying goes, where the west goes, the country goes. So we're hoping, and we believe that that saying will hold up.
Okay, Ron. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 25. And let me just remind you where we are, the latest information that we have of who is leading in how many seats. First of all, in terms of confirmed seats, we have the JLP with 9, we have the PNP with 9. What we had heard from Kelisha, who is at the electoral office, the last time we touched base with her about 15 or so minutes ago, she had said the JLP was 6, the PNP was leading in 27. Results continue to come in. Those numbers are going to be changing, and of course we're updating with you as we go along right here. There are a couple of seats we haven't seen for a little while. Ron was mentioning, for instance, East Portland.
Yes.
We haven't seen that. Bobby Montague's seat as well, I don't think we've seen in St. Mary for a little while.
Yes, we haven't seen a Labour Party seat,
Yeah.
but I'm confident that we will go. This is a member of Parliament post 1,000. So 2020 is number drop a bit.
Okay, here's Portland Eastern now. So we 60 boxes out of 140. The PNP's ISAT bucket 3,552. The Jazz 3,293. Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris of the Progressive 19 votes. So this is with 61 boxes of 1 counted. And I attempt a subtraction.
I know.
Here's one is Audrey Marks at 5,003 votes. Is Valentin Wint 313. Clive Warren of the JPP 18 votes and 68 boxes of 111. And on Southeastern, we have JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,004. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, former mayor, 1,005. Sian Thomas of the with 11 votes. That's pretty early still. 22 boxes out, 140.
That is for a while now.
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you. For the next few.
That's the old Bustamante and Hugh Shearer seat. Strong, yes, a strong JLP seat. Manchester Northwestern, 66 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips continues to lead for the 4,258 to Damian Young of the 1,061. Tricia Stewart Angus of the votes. Central, 117 of 139 boxes. Donovan Mitchell, 7,617 votes to the incumbent Rhoda Crawford, 7,335. It's getting close to the end.
Let's go back now to PNP headquarters with Dwayne.
Thank you so much. So this is very close, and the actual vote constituencies are even closer. Close it is. In fact, if you ask them, they are winning by 2 of these hundreds of PNP supported quarters. Interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. Mr. Green, his performance so far. What is his performance so far?
Well, it's performance, and I think we can win this election tonight. Early to call, but I think we can win it.
Why are you so confident?
Because if you look at the seats, they are very close. And the last election, they were like by 2010. This time around, the PNP people have come out, not so much like we want them to come out, but they come out. Understand? So I'm really for the People's National.
I remember some of your fellow supporters and even some party were saying that you could get around 38-40 seats. What are you predicting now?
Well, I'm predicting that 32.
Oh, that would be very close. Interesting name, Mr. Green. People's National Party supporter. I'm John Brown, the People's National Party. Sir, remind me your name, please, and tell Jamaica what's your name.
Mr. Forbes. The name is... Yes. So today we are here and March started Manchester gathering it, and we are moving forward. We are moving forward.
It's a little bit close. Is it closer than you would have wanted?
The race is not finished as yet. The fat lady. We are here to come.
Do you have the fat lady's number? What is she?
Well, the fat lady is also. I know it's victory. March we marching.
Well, as the results from the fat lady, I hope you share it with me. As you can imagine, as I expect atmosphere here at the People's National Party's headquarters, these supporters are very confident. They are certain they're going to win it. I'll be here until then.
Thank you so much, and let's back with more from our election results show, Vote 2025 in just a moment. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025. And we're so happy to have you wherever you are, whichever of our platforms you are listening or viewing coverage on. Now, I think at this point, I can say is that it's not going to be a landslide for either side. And I have to say, I think that's good for the Parliament and good for we go again. Earl, let me let you take this.
St. Elizabeth Southwest, one of the seats to watch. The incumbent is leading with 4,949 votes to Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 4,349. So he has a fairly comfortable in the context of that constituency. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, very close. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. The incumbent Franklin Witter and Raymond Dobbs, he has 11 votes. Westmoreland Central, Dwayne seems to be headed back to Parliament, 1,000 to the incumbent George Wright, 6,074. Kathleen Greenwood has 31. She's from the JPP, and 29.
I'm seeing a message here from one of our reporters. We're hearing that ballot boxes were still coming in at the country Trelawney just up to some minutes ago. We're told that there was heavy traffic. That's why we weren't seeing a lot. Go ahead, Earl.
Early days still in Westmoreland Western, but the J.L. James, a former PNP member, 50.5% to Ian Hales of the PNP, 48.6%. And Ian Hales is a former JLP member, so that's quite an interesting. Yes. Gilbert James, 0.7%, 13 votes, and of the Madan of the JPP, 4 votes. For Eastern, 58 of 99. Andrea Perkis of the PNP, 54%, that's 3,334, to Dave Brown, the incumbent of the JPP, 2,000. Banks of the JPP, 19 votes, and Jordan Cunningham of the UIC, yes, 9 votes. Hanover Western, Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP, 5,004. Mika Davis, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,728. Leonard Sharp of the JPP, 51. That's 96 of 116 boxes. It seems the PNP might be on its way to retaking both Hanover seats. Portland Eastern, 140. It's been good for the PNP. ISAT 1,636 votes, and Marie Vaz of the JLP, she's the incumbent, 5,224. But there are many boxes to be counted yet. Portland Western, 74 of 104. Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,164, to Doreen Campbell of the PNP, 350. Michael Aiken of the JP.
And just to call our viewers and listeners' attention, call our viewers' attention and let our listeners know, if you look at a little icon at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, that's telling of seats that have been completed and declared. So you're seeing there 11 for the JLP, 9 for the PNP. So of course, John, those are the ones that have been completed, as opposed to when we go to Kalisha at EOG, a broader look at who is leading.
In St. Anne Southwestern, it looks like order has been restored. Xavier Main of the JLP, he has 4,426. Danishka Williams of the PNP, 3,221. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 26 votes. It's a moment for Xavier Main.
And speaking of Kalisha, let's go to her at EOG.
Thank you so much, dear. Just a quick update in terms of what our end here at the ECJ. So far, again, an update in terms of the lead so far. The Jamaica Labour Party leading in 34 seats. The People's National Party now leading in 29 seats. I know the last time we spoke, I said the JLP was leading in 36 seats and the PNP was leading in 27 seats. So we've seen a change now. JLP leading in 34 seats and the People's National Party leading in 29 seats. I also saw St. Catharines Central, and I can say the Jamaica Labour is Raymond Price going against the Jamaica Labour Party, Terrelong, and that's one of the seats where the People's National Party has not won it. They only won that seat once since it was created, and the Jamaica Labour Party has won that seat twice since it was 2011. If you would just move with me, I'm going. So we're having a technical issue here. I'm going to throw back to you until next time.
Okay, thank you so much for that update for you. The JLP now leading in 34 seats, PNP leading in 29. And again, the icon at the bottom of the screen, the JLP has so far won 11 seats, the PNP has won 9. Okay, here St. Ann Northwestern, the JLP's Crystal Lee now in front with 5,408 votes to the PNP's Gabriella Morris, 5,011, 93 boxes of 135.
Very, very tight in that seat. I just want to go back to Xavier main seat. Mr. Moxham said Order has been hard-working member of Parliament, also good organizer. And so I'm not surprised by that.
Trelawny, 84 boxes of 146. The PNP's Wickham McNeil, 4,468 votes. The Tova Hamilton of the JLP, 4,132, 80 of 146. And here's Trelawney South, 21 boxes of 96. The JLP's Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,002. Patmore of the PNP, 1,200. And we go now to St. James South, I think. 79 boxes of 110. The PNP's Nikisha Burchell, 4,471. The JLP's Homer Day, 4,307. Leon Cunningham, he has 12 votes. St. James West Central, boxes of 106. So they're half there. The Jailman, 3,332. Hot, 2,921, 13 votes. St. James East Central, 94 boxes of 117. Ed Bartlett of the JLP, 5,850. Rochelle Reed Knott of the PNP, 3,782. And we are moving on to Eastern. Let's see, this is 105 boxes of 128. The PNP Shaw, 5,982. The JLP's Michelle Charles, the incumbent, 5,595. Claudius Wong has 28 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP has 20.
I think Yvonne Rosemary Shaw used to be a member of the Jamaica Labour Party. I think she worked very closely with Charles's father, Pernell Charles Sr., for many years. And she is there as well, yes, yeah. Right, yes. Earl? Mm-hmm. Yes. And so she's putting up a fight, and it seems as if the JLP is going to lose one of the St. Thomas seats.
Here's the other one up there. St. Thomas Western, 105 of 1. James Robertson of the JLP, 5,443. The PNP's Hubert Williams, 4,806. Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 35 votes. and St. Catherine Southeastern. This is the one I think you've been saying we hadn't seen. This is about there, 48 boxes of 135. Alfred of the PNP, 2,000. Robert Miller of the JLP, 2,617. No, go again, 2,615. Casey and Radcliffe of 30 votes. I think this is literally the first time we've seen this one.
My count is
One
farther
second
than
for me.
this,
St. Catherine Northwestern, 83 boxes of 122. Damian Crawford of the PNP, 4,328. Newton Amos of the JLP, 3,598. Lloyd Smith has 12 votes of the JPP. And we go to St. Andrew East Central, 63 boxes of 113. Dennis Gordon of the PNP, 3,300. With us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025. And let's go first of all back to the Electoral Office, the EOJ, with Kalisha for an update.
Thank you, Dion. Now, the race is heating up. Now, earlier we saw the People's National Party leading in 30 seats and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 seats. Now, from what I'm looking at, the People's National Party is back to leading at 29 seats and the Jamaica Labour Party 34 seats. I'm going to move over to this chart to my right, and one of the constituencies we've been monitoring closely, Dion, that's Trelawney Northern. As you know, in the last general election, the Jamaica Labour Party won that seat. It was a surprise for many people because the Jamaica Labour Party had not won that seat in decades. And we're seeing now the People's National Party's Wickham McNeil leading in that constituency, 6,637 parties. Tova Hamilton, 5,686 votes. Another constituency, Dion, that we have been monitoring closely, that's Manchester Central, where the Jamaica Labour Party won for the first time in decades in 2020. But what we're seeing now, well, it's still close in that constituency. Just 130 of the 139 boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party, Jamaica Labour Party's Rhoda Moy Crawford leading by 8,300, PNP's 8,314 votes. I'm going to ask the videographer to just come with me to the other screen I'm looking at right now. Going again to St. James Southern, another one we've been watching. We're seeing where the People's National Party has a slight lead in that constituency. The Nikisha Burchell leading their 5,870 votes to the former mayor, Homer Davis, 5,644 votes. Going now over to St. Thomas Eastern, and we're seeing where the Peep Shaw, she's leading by 6,600, well, her tally now is 6,604 votes to the incumbent, Dr. Michelle Charles, 6,107 votes. Another one that people have been watching, and many people are saying that it seems as if it is a surprise. We're seeing for Portland Eastern, the People's National Party is leading in that constituency. As many people know, the Jamaica Labour Party Rivas won that in 2020 after a 30-year drought for the Jamaica Labour. Isaac Buchanan of the People's National Party is leading in that constituency, 96 of 140 boxes counted. Now, Dion, overall, we're seeing an 85.2% of the boxes completed, and I'll have some more updates for you as soon as they become available. But again, Dion, the race is heating up. It's back to you.
All right, thank you so much. And you heard Kalisha there saying the numbers are continuing to shift from 3330 to back to 3429. And that East Portland seat, Earl, a quick comment on what we're seeing there.
Well, this one would be a bit of a shake-up Many people expected Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent, to hold it fairly easily, but we did see that Isaac Buchanan was mounting a serious challenge, and so and that this has been historically a strong piece. Perhaps it should not be surprising that it is this competitive.
Yeah, it's a seat the PNP used to win by over 1,000 and then over 2,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really because of Anne-Marie Vaz's ground operation why she was to win the by-election and to hold on to 2020. 2020 was a misnomer. Seeing now is a rebalancing of the scales. I expect at the end of tonight, the entire western belt of the country to go back, never really a green space. So Westmoreland 3, we see Eastern Westmoreland going to Dayton Campbell by over 1,000, which is how they used to win there, except in 2020 when Luther Buchanan lost by 11. But Central.
So sorry to interrupt you, just the one that's now completed. The PNP's Richard Azan taking Clarendon Northwestern over the JLP's Warren Newby, with Azan having polled 6,989 votes to the JLP Newby 6,004. Kevin Palmer picked up some votes there. And here is Westmoreland Eastern. This is showing 121 of 123 votes. It's been given now to Dayton Campbell of the PNP, 7,434 votes over Daniel Lawrence's 5,556. Here's Westmoreland Central, 169 of 70. It's given now to Dwayne Vaz of the PNP back in Parliament with 9,869, 8,326. Kathleen Greenwood with 39 votes and Don Foote with 38. And Westmoreland Western Westmoreland now. This is 108 of 138. Ian Hales of the PNP, 6,454. Garfield James of the JLP, 4,820. Gilbert James, 54. Bertrand Madden of the JPP, 23 votes. St. Anne's Southwestern, 108 boxes of 138. This in 5 for Denishka Williams of the PNP, 3,698. Clive Edwards, 28 votes, and that's 73 boxes of 105. And we have St. Anne Northwestern, 73 boxes of 105. Crystal Lee, the incumbent, holding on here at the moment with a lead with 7,346. Gabriella Morris, our first time out, 6,924. That's 10 boxes left to count in this constituency. Let's go now to the JLP headquarters.
It's turning into a party-like atmosphere here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. As you can see behind me, you will see that a number of JLP supporters are dancing, they're ringing their bells, they're playing one of their favorite anthems on the campaign trail, "The Lord is my shepherd." So that is the mood here at the moment. I'm now joined by another JLP supporter who is also dancing. Hi, good night. What's
Newton Harris.
for you to be here tonight?
To celebrate our victory.
Where did you vote?
I voted in St. Anne Northwestern for Crystal Lee.
So how is the trend looking so far?
Well, we always knew it would have been a close race, but we put in the work. Crystal has done phenomenally well in the one term. 2 years stolen by COVID, but she's done phenomenally well in terms of the infrastructure, the services, the roads, I mean, the health centers, all of the wonderful things that Crystal has done, the water projects with man. I mean, amazing stuff compared to what before. So our constituents, sorry?
Thank you so much. I know it's difficult to hear me. So that's the scene here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. Maybe I could just get another supporter. Can you talk to me? Hi, good night. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What's your name?
Zachary.
Okay, I see you celebrating. You think
Yes,
you won?
I am. Yes, I do. I'm very confident for the JLP.
It's not yet too early to declare.
Too early, that doesn't really mean much right now because we're confident, we put in the work, we have the achievements to prove that we deserve the third term. So Dr. Holness will return as well as our MPs.
Thank you so much. Well, that's the mood here. I'll check in with you a few moments later.
Thank you so much for that, Andrea. And yes, we'll continue to check in with you, and some more interesting results have been coming in. In fact, we are now seeing Clarendon Southeastern there with, okay, we moved on to St. Catherine Southwest. Okay, we are going thick and fast, aren't we? So St. Catherine Southwest, Everall Warmington. Here's St. Catherine Southern, Fitzjackson, and St. Catherine Central, moving fast through those. Okay, here we go. St. Elizabeth Southwestern, and as the Sainty boy in the room, Earl, you get to do the honors here. Read the next couple for me.
Floyd Green of the JLP, he's the incumbent, 9,044. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 7,650. And the significance of this particular seat is that it always goes to the party that wins nationally. So that may be one of the reasons why there's celebration at JLP headquarters at the moment.
Yes.
Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr. of the JLP, 1,820. Sian Barnswell of the PNP, 1,284. And Sian Thomas of the JPP, 13 votes. That's 27 boxes of 144. Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines, the cricketer, 5,623. To Dwight Sibley's of the JLP, 5,407. Judilyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 24 votes. That's 95 boxes of 104. Of 100, rather. St. Thomas Eastern, 114 of 1. Yvonne Shaw continues to lead, 6,597. And the incumbent, Michelle Charles of the JLP, 6,188. Claudius Wong is on 31, and Jovian Blair of the JPP, 26. St. Thomas Western, James Robertson, the incumbent, 6,836. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 5,696. And Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 39 votes. That's 125 of 163. St. Andrew West Central, the constituency of the Prime Minister, very, very tight. 87 boxes of 105. Paul Buchanan of the PNP is now leading, 4,867 votes to Andrew Holness, 4,762.
What you said, Earl?
Are you stunned?
You don't see one having a sip.
Manchester Northeastern. Audrey Marks of the Forming Accord, 6,589 to Valentin Wint, 5,207. And Clive Warren of the JPP, he has 30 votes. If we could go back to that West Central for a moment. The PNP used to dominate that in the days of Dudley Thompson and David Core and A.J. Nicholson.
Yes. Yes.
So it's a 1% lead at the moment for Paul Buchanan.
If we could go to St. Elizabeth again, let's see what the other vein is saying. Southwest St. Elizabeth.
Wow. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. Franklin Witter, the incumbent from the JLP, 991, but it's only 17 of 109 boxes. Portland Eastern, 96 of 140 boxes. Isaac Buchanan of the PNP, 5,636. Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 5,224. So it's a 4 for Buchanan, and there are 23 votes. Is Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris. I think, Dion, we need to remind the listeners that we call out these figures because we also have listeners on radio.
Yes.
Trelawney Northern, Tova Hamilton has taken the lead now over Wickham McNeil, 6,826 to McNeil, 6,792, and it's 123 of 146 boxes. So we're seeing the finish line up ahead. And Marissa Dalrymple Philibert has restored order in Trelawney Southern, 1,787 to Paul Patmore, 1,486. That's 26 of 96 boxes, though. St. Mary's Southeastern, Norman Dunn, the incumbent, he is being tracked very closely by Christopher Brown. So Norman Dunn has 5,235, Christopher Brown 5,112, and Mark Hutchinson has 20 votes for the JPP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague continues to dominate there, 7,219 to Omar Woodbine, 6,398, and Chase Neal, 25 votes.
And this is another weather vane seat that indicates to the country as well what is likely to happen. Same for Southwest St. Elizabeth and the other one you mentioned a moment before. So we will see how Mr. Woodbine fares.
St. Andrew East St. He's now doing very well, 6,425 to Davion Vassell of the JLP, 3,949, and Princess Ford of the JPP, 8,2, 113.
Okay, here's St. Andrew West Rural. This is 136 boxes out of 140. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn of the JLP, 7,909 votes. The PNP's Joan Gordon Webley, 6,994. And that's been called for Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. One of 12 boxes, Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 48. Ethne Miller Simpson, 4,124. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 106. Here we are back in St. Andrew East Rural, 123 boxes of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,445. Patrick Peterkin, 7,487. Kamisha Hendricks, 45 votes of the UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 35 votes.
St. Andrew East Rural.
Eastern Portland,
So that is
130. Did we just read this? Has it moved?
That is, that's moved.
It has?
That's tightened.
Okay, 131 of 140 boxes. The PNP's Isaac Buchanan, 7,932. Anne-Marie Vaz of the JLP, 7,699. Portland West, this is nearly finished. And 102 Darrell Val, 6,022 to the PNP's Doreen Campbell, 4,809. Michael Aiken of the JPP, 22 votes. St. James Central, 103 boxes of 104. So this has gone to Heroy Clark now. 6,486. The PNP's Janice Allen, 4,620. Okay, and let's just take South and then we go to a break. St. James Southern. This is nearly completed. Just one box left to be counted. And Nikisha Burchell, 6,398. Homer Davis of the JLP, 6,211. Leon Cunningham of the JPP, 16 votes. Let's go to a break. We'll be back in a moment. For staying with us for TVJ's coverage of the 2025 elections, vote 2025. We got a statement from a while ago. So in case you've been, Jamaica has reported what they're calling a severe act of vandalism, which they say has disrupted internet, landline and TV services for numerous customers in the areas of St. Catherine, Maypen and Mandeville. And they said the section of fiber cable that was damaged was had protective concrete slabs and sealed manholes. Those were breached, and the company is restoring, they said, working to restore as quickly as possible. They said they're also condemning the act which has taken place, as you know, on 11. Having difficulties. Just look at what's happening here in St. Catherine East Central. Let's see, this is completed. The JLP's Alando Terrelong has retained his seat with 6,364 votes. Raymond Price of the PNP polling 5,379 votes. Let's go now to Jamila Maitland, who is in the constituency.
I'm on the Newlands Main Road in St. Catherine East Central, where Jamaica Labour Party voters are in high celebration mood. Now, tip right now is the main attraction, and that's because they're watching the live crowds of people just swarming around the TV, trying to see what's happening with their member of parliament. Now, by the latest data that I had, Alando Terrelong was comfortably winning, and I just saw now from their TV that he was declared the winner. So as you can hear in the background, lots of excitement here on the Newlands Main Road. I am going to call in a Jamaica Labour Party supporter right now, Kimmy. Kimmy's joining us. You're live on TVJ News. Tell us.
Well, I'm feeling so excited right now, MP, because me I tell you, him work. We talk about funeral, we talk about nine, we talk about graduation, we talk about assistant. Him there, you can put in your pot and get office every Thursday for your assistant. We talk about education, him dead there. We talk about all people, him dead there. One turn long, cross the board. When you talk about your house burned down, him dead there. 9-night funeral, him dead there. Oh God, I feel so excited. Long never to pick up a MP. Show labor rights.
All right, so Newlands Main Road, we are in St. Catherine East Central, where Alando Terrelong was declared the winner by the preliminary results. He is now the MP for the third time here in St. Catherine East Central, where he defeated Raymond Price, the PNP's Raymond Price. And there was an independent that is Casion Radcliffe. I think her name is Casion Radcliffe. So that's it. Lots of excitement, as you can hear. J News getting the live updates here of what's happening on our results show. There you have it. It's back to you in studio, Dion.
Thank you so much, Jamila. And of course, TVJ is exactly the place for you to get all your ongoing coverage of this election. Let's go over back now to the EOJ with Kalisha.
Yes, Dion, we're almost at the finish line. 93% of all the boxes counted. And earlier what we saw in the previous update, the Labour Party was leading to 31 at one point, and now we're seeing it's back at 30 to 33. So the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies to the People's National Party's 30. An interesting one, Dion, that you pointed to earlier. We're going to go to it. We're seeing in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's seat. We're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Paul Buchanan, leading in that seat. And we have 87 of the 105 boxes counted. So it's almost 82% completed. We're seeing the People's National constituency, and we're going to move over now to St. Andrew Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate Ethne Miller Simpson. She is trailing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate Dwayne Smith in that constituency. Going down now to St. Andrew West Rural, where we're seeing, well, the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. She is leading in that constituency to 8,290 votes. To the People's National Party, Webley, 7,157 votes. Now, should the incumbent hold on to this seat, it will be the second time the Jamaica Labour 3 consecutive wins in that constituency in St. Andrew West Rural. And going over now, if the videographer could just come with me, we're going to St. Ann Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate Gabriella Morris at 6,989 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate 7,300
83 votes. The final one, Dion, before I come back to you, in Portland Eastern, we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate still trailing the People's National Party's candidate, Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 votes, to the People's National Party's Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. So as I said, we're almost there, almost at the finish line for this evening, Dion. 93% of the boxes count. People's National Party leading in 30 seats, the JLP leading in 33 seats. It's
really important to get a kind of global picture of what is happening. 33 to 30, and you heard as well, it seemed to have been moving a little bit up and down, but the latest figures there, 33 seats in which the JLP is leading and 30 for the PNP. Here's St. Thomas Eastern again. This is 2 boxes left to count, 126 of 128. And this has been declared now for Rosemary Shaw of the PNP. The incumbent Michelle Charles has lost this 7,284 at this point to Yvonne Shaw, and the JLP is Michelle Charles, 6,807. Here's Portland Eastern, 1 box left to count here. Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. This is what Kelisha just read for us, but there wasn't boxes left to count. So we have 1 box left to count, in fact, in Portland Eastern.
And Manchester Central.
Okay.
Rhoda Crawford, the incumbent, has held on to defeat Donovan Mitchell. She secured 9,035 votes to Donovan Mitchell, 8,861. So that's 1 hold in Manchester for the JLP.
Strong candidate, hard-working member of Parliament. She deserves to go back to Parliament. Rhoda Moy Crawford, one of Jamaica's best talent in the Parliament.
Manchester North Eastern, and Audrey Marks has taken it, 7,652 to Valentin Wint, 9, Clive Warren of the JPP, 33 votes. And it's tightening again in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's constituency. Paul Buchanan, 4,867 to Dr. Andrew Holness, 4,762. That's 50.5% to 49.5%. Trelawney Northern, and you have Tova Hamilton, the incumbent, leading Dr. Wickham, 408 to McNeil, 7,198, 131 of 146 boxes. St. James Southern, Nikisha Burchell of the PNP, continues to lead.
Completed.
Oh, in fact, I didn't see the tick. It's completed, so she has won it for the PNP. So that's 1 pulled back for the PNP from their last time.
The work begins.
St. James Central, 71 of 106 boxes. Marlene Malahou, 4,193 to Andre Houghton of the PNP, 333. And Clifford Barnett has 15 votes.
I think what we're seeing is that the election is really down to the wire and still anybody's game at this point in time. But I think what the major...
You don't think the PNP has lost?
No, I think their play is first to reach at least a 32.
Okay. You like listening to the Democrats watching the election and thinking that Kamala Harris still had
Hillary
a path.
before.
Hillary had a path.
There's a play for us, and I can see the play. Hopefully materialize.
You can see the path of victory.
I think, yeah,
I tell you, I hear the Democrats.
Yeah, you were counting on Manchester Central, though.
But I guess we traded it for West Central in St. Andrew.
Oh,
Okay, here's St. Catherine Southeastern here. This is 129 boxes out of 135. And PNP is 1,405 to Robert Miller of the JLP, 6,939. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP with 64 votes. So 6 boxes left to count here. This was one of those seats I think in.
Yes.
And the question was whether it would have hurt Dawes. St. Mary's Southeastern. This is 109 boxes out of 112. And we have the PNP's Christopher Brown with 6,313 votes. JLP's Norman Dunn, 6,293. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP with 25. I am sure I heard Ron say this one was taken for the JLP. I'm sure I heard that.
I'm St. Mary
He also
Western.
said it was there.
The chairman's seat.
No, sir, I'm sure I said the other one. But all right. Then Mary Western 9 of 147. Bobby Montague, JLP with 8,180. Woodbine.
Yes.
Of the PNP, 7,403. Chase Neal of the JPP with 31 votes. St. Ann Northwestern, 127 out of 135 is holding on to the lead with 7,428 votes. The PNP's Gabriella Morris, 7,077. And here's St. Ann Southwest, 81 out of 105 boxes. The incumbent Xavier Main of LP, 561 votes to the PNP's Danishka Williams, 4,104. Clive Edwards of the JPP with 30 votes. Go ahead.
PNP has taken Kingston Central.
Sorry, you have to talk louder.
This is showing that the
PNP
PNP has
has
taken Kingston Central. Let me see. With 100% of the boxes counted. It's
okay, here. Steve McGregor pulled his magisterial recount. 4,739 over Donovan Comment, 4,727. Swanee did the maths for me. 12. 12 votes?
12, yes.
All right, this one is headed to a magisterial recount, but the preliminary vote shows Stephen Garth Barnett of the UIC with 23 votes. And just to say for viewers and listeners that when you have these kinds of close results, as I said, it's inevitable the parties are going to ask for a magisterial recount. When you see like 200 or 50, that sounds like a small margin, but you're not overturning that in a magisterial recount. 12 votes they might be to overturn. Pernell Charles Jr., 94 boxes out of 144, 6,004 votes. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, 4,805. Sian Thomas, 38 votes. So Clifford, you start perk up again.
Been perk.
You know, I'm looking at scales on the two sides. Yeah, at which point one is up and one is down. 95 boxes out of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 5,000. Okay, this declared for Wavell Hines. So the cricketer heads the parliament. So we'll have a cricketer and an Olympian, it looks like.
Yeah. Played for Jamaica. He was another cricketer years and years ago.
But even what's his name? Former PNP Gensec. His name is slipping me now. He's in St. Andrew.
who, Julian?
Julian, he's a former cricketer.
At the youth level.
Yes, okay, good.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah. 129 boxes of 135. St. Ann Northwest, Crystal Lee continues to lead, 7,547 votes to Gabriella Morris, 7,242. Manchester Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 104. And this one, okay, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 6,687. Damian Young of the JLP, 5,516. And Trisha Stewart Angus. Okay, let's just give you this last one and then we go to the break. So this is nearly completed. So we can say Everard Warmington, this has been declared. Everard Warmington retains the seat. Let's break. Stay tuned. You can hear some of the critical seats. We're still waiting to hear final results. We're back. Trelawney Northern, we still have 5 boxes left. Let me see what y'all think about choices. Over Hamilton of the JLP, let's stick to the numbers. I can't go wrong reading numbers. 7,894 to the PNP's Wickham McNeil, 7,746. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, 94 out of 109. Franklin Witt of the JLP, 8,000. Okay, I think 8,220. And Norman Scott of the PNP, 6,176. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 39 votes. St. Andrew East Rural, 129 of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,617. Patrick Peterkin, 7,865. Kamisha Hendricks has 46 votes, and Purcell Jackson, 38. Purcell, I think. St. James West Central, here we go. Haven't seen this for a bit. 80 boxes of 106. The JLP is Marley Malahoo Fort, 4,704. Andre Horton of the PNP, 4,122. Clifford Barnett, and St. Anne Southwestern, 86 boxes of 105. Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,837. Danishka Williams, 4,280. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 30 votes. St. Anne Northwestern, 133 out of 135 boxes. And Crystal Lee of the JLP, 7,971 to Gabriella Morris of the PNP, 7,317.
Oh.
St. Mary's Southeastern. One box left here, and Norman Dunn of the JLP, 5,006. Let's start over. Norman Dunn of the JLP, 6,592. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 6,575. Mark Hutchinson, 26.
And that may be the seat I was thinking of in terms of the third candidate, perhaps vote making the difference on, but,
but
it raises that possibility.
Central Kingston as well, because the independent in Central Kingston got 23.
Yes.
And there's a difference between Steve McGregor and Donovan Williams of 12.
Trelawney Southern, 26 boxes of 96. Marissa, I feel like we've been stuck here. Marissa Delvin Philibert, 1,787. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,486.
But if we could just pause on the counting, on the numbers a little bit, because, you know, coming into this election, what I had and what I've been sharing throughout the night with Clifford are the seats that the PNP had to take back to win the election. Southeast on the screen now is a weather vane seat. It has voted for the winning party for the last 5 elections, and it has given the nod in this instance to Franklin Witter retaining Southeast. I suspect a similar thing is happening in Southwest, which is the other weather vane seat where Floyd Green there is challenged by Miranda Wellington. And I expect we see the results here for Southwest with some boxes to go where Xavier Main is leading Danishka. So I had about 21 seats that the PNP needed to topple tonight if they were going to win. There's Western St. Mary, the other weather vane, completely declared for Robert Montague, even though the polls going into this, some of them showed that he was treading water. So he's beaten hometown boy Omar Woodbine, not by a lot because he's coming from thousands, but he's won it. So against the PNP needed to take, so far they have taken only 14. So the 14, as good as those are, they don't appear that they will be sufficient for them to win tonight.
Okay, hold that thought. We're going over to Western Hanover, where Anthony Lugg is on location.
Thank you so much. So I'm just At the Watson Taylor Park here in the counting is still going on over here. I'm now joined by a PNP supporter who is outside here and she's extremely excited. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling extremely happy at this time because I know that Western Hanover is going back to the People's National Party. And I know that one by one, as Damien Crawford said, they are going away.
It's still early days yet. The counting has not finished yet, but why is it that you're so confident?
Because of the votes that we already get so far, we know that we are leading. So I know that Heather Miller is going to be nice.
All right, thank you so much. So as she just said, Heather Miller is going up against the incumbent Tamika Davis of the Jamaica Labour Party. We will be here on the ground. We will be monitoring the situation. It's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much, Anthony Logg, for that. And as you can see, we have our reporters on the ground. And here you're seeing the numbers. This indeed has been called for Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP. Let me see, there's one box left, but the numbers here, 6,969 votes to Tamika Davis, 5,859. Leonard Sharp of the JPP picking up 54 votes. And we're back with West Central. Has this moved? This hasn't moved. This is the Prime Minister's constituency, listeners and viewers, and we've been seeing this result for a little while, so we're, of course, monitoring closely to see where it's going and what's happening here. That's St. Andrew West Central. Just to remind our viewers that we are on radio as well, which is why you hear us reading a lot of the results. This is on Southeast of 144, Pernell Charles Jr., 9,207 votes to Sian Barneswell, 7,770. Called no for Pernell Charles officially. Had it been called before?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
And by the
So
way,
I think which one I haven't seen for a while is that other St. Elizabeth seat with slowly.
that's Northeast.
Yeah, slowly.
Yes.
slowly
Zuleika won that.
We haven't seen it come
Didn't
up.
Zuleika take that?
Was it declared?
I think so.
Well,
Zuleika
it hasn't
just-
come up for.
You could declare.
It's particularly important to the telecom services. Many people are actually listening on radio.
Right.
So it's very important that they get these results.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is. This was with one box left to go, 124 boxes of 125. Zuleika Jess of the P283. So this indeed has been declared for Jess of the PNP over Delroy Slowly of the Jamaica Labour Party, who at this point had polled 7,093. APP picked up 20, and Joseph Pattison of the UIC picked up 11 votes.
This is a long-standing PNP seat. This is really just a rebalancing of everything with the anomaly of 2020. This is Kern Spencer, Raymond Price, and then Evan Redmond. This used to be PNP seat, so no surprises there.
I
Roger
would say
Clark's
though,
old seat as well.
I would say though that I think one of the things we have seen is, I mean, the rebalancing you're speaking of, sure, but at the same time also an indication that the voters can't be taken for granted.
No.
Look at Northern Trelawney, for instance, where we're cleared yet. Okay, Tova Hamilton, 8,062 votes. Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 7,788. So I take your point, Emily, but I also think that we are seeing a new generation of voters, and that seats that previously had been thought safe. I mean, Central Kingston is not going to be in anybody's safe. Declared now for Tova Hamilton, so Wickham McNeil, having traveled across Western Jamaica, wasn't successful in terms of getting back into Gordon House via Trelawney North. Again, this was a
PNP
for the Labour
big
Party.
victory there. I agree.
Tova Hamilton. She won in 2020, and she's back. She's going back to Parliament. Hard-working member of Parliament. I'm very happy for her, just as I'm happy for Rhoda Crawford and many other persons.
Okay, we in fact have Nakinsky Robinson, who is in Trelawney Northern. Let's go to her.
I'm now at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium in Falmouth, where the counting has been concluded. The Trelawney Northern constituent from the election officials is that the seat was successfully retained by the incumbent member of parliament who was seeking a second term as MP, Tova Hamilton. Now, she is the first female member of parliament for Trelawney Northern, and she has successfully done so tonight from what we've heard. She was going up against the People's National Party representative, Dr. Wickham McNeil, who is the political juggernaut, who is not new to the scene at all. And so he was seeking redemption because he was unseated when he served as member of Parliament for Western Westmoreland election. We saw very frantic and chaotic scenes here tonight where even one of the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, in the height of their excitement and partying, she passed out and she was rushed to seek medical attention. We've not gotten any word as to her state right now, but we're hoping that she is recovering well. But now the place has been emptied out. The lot is really and truly emptying out right now. As you can see behind me, there's a huge Jamaica Urban Transit Company bus. And just before we started this video, we saw very long lines of traffic heading back onto the main road. So the polls have closed, the counting has ended, and it seemed to have been Miss Tova Hamilton from the Jamaica Labour Party who was first past the post tonight.
I think we were talking about the seat, and as I was saying, I think this exactly makes my point. The parties can no longer afford to be complacent and think of seats as, oh, safe PNP or JLP seats. And I think that's for the country, great for the constituencies themselves, and overall, as I've been saying, great for democracy.
Yes, I agree.
Quite a few of the young women from the JLP who won in 2020 have been returned in 2025.
Right.
Over Hamilton, Rhoda Mae Crawford,
Crystal Lee.
Okay, here is Juliet Holness's seat now. St. Andrew East won 37 boxes, declared Juliet Holness. So the former speaker holds on to her seat.
Yes.
If we can spend a moment and try and figure out what is happening in West Central St. Andrew, when it comes up on the screen, I want to see what is going on with the Prime Minister.
Well, I mean, the numbers hadn't moved, so.
Right, but when we get our update, it will move in favor of the Labour Party.
The numbers,
right, so the same.
It's the same, that's what I'm saying. It's been the last 2 or 3 times it's come up, it's been the same. So I suspect the next time we see it, it'll probably be completed.
Yes.
I know a lot of the time, well, I get nothing. I know a lot of the time, people who are watching counting.
That is why I'm saying when it's changed the next time, you'll see party leader Dr. Andrew Holness.
I mean, what we have here is that Northeastern, or what my side is saying, that Southeastern St. Mary has been called for for Christopher Brown.
Yeah. No, so, sorry, you just got yourself in a whole heap of trouble there with your party people there.
Well,
there it is.
Now,
yeah.
Dr. Dunn is leading. Yes.
But he hasn't changed from where it was before.
Yeah. Right. So there's only one box left there, and so you are saying that
you're saying it's
box has given him
standing as well. By 12, I understand.
Another one going to magisterial.
Another magisterial recount.
Yes. But we will see.
So whose column was that in for anybody?
That was a mistake for the PNP in my column. They needed to take back Southeast St. Mary. And they have, but again, I said, based on my count, it's still coming up a little short because of, the other areas that have not come fully. Yeah? So.
That's one of those cases, if indeed that win is confirmed, in which the PNP finally managed to take back a seat that has been with the JLP now for several terms.
Yes. Two. And they've taken as well the Southeast St. Catherine with Dr. Alfred Dawes. That is also a big win. Robert Miller losing there, I think we already showed that. But again, when they did manage to wrestle Central Manchester from Rhoda Mae, that's a big, really big win or hold for the Jamaica Labour Party. So you do take one there, but then you don't take the other, and the numbers just don't add up. Yeah. Marlene Malahoo Fort as well in West Central St. James. I think you were hoping to take that one. Just a little short with that one.
Thank you so much for staying with us. You're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 general elections in Jamaica. So let's just take a moment and bring you up to date with everything that's been going on. I'm your host, Dion Jackson Miller, and with me, Earl Moxham and Emily Shields from the RJR Gleaner Communications Group. Also with us, we have Ron Walsh. He is from Jamaica and affiliated the Jamaica Labour Party. Clifford James with us as well. From the PNP-YO, the youth arm of the People's National Party. Jamaica's parliament has 63 seats. Now, in the last election, 2020, the Jamaica Labour Party had won with a landslide, relegating the PNP to only 14 seats. So in this election, which party would get 32 seats first and would therefore form the government? And the last count we had got from our reporter who is at the electoral office tracking was 34 seats for the, here we go with the national count, cleared seats, the completed seats, if I'm correct, 29 for the JLP and 28 for the PNP. The last count we had got, though, in terms of how all the seats were trending, was that the Jamaica Labour Party was leading, we had been told, in 34 seats, and the PNP leading in 29. So there are a few critical seats that we have still been watching. And here we have St. Mary's South East. And the PNP's Christopher Brown has taken this with 6,642. He has the Jamaica Labour Party's Norman Dunn, 6,631. And that is an 11 vote difference. Yes, got it right that time.
Well, pause on that because this,
just
I
one
think,
second.
Is the second
Mark
time.
Hutchinson of the JPP polled 26 votes.
I'm almost sure this is the second time for an 11 vote win in St. Mary, Southeastern. Didn't Dr. Winston Green win by 11 over by the same Dr. Norman Dunn before? So this is interesting. We'll also head to a magisterial recount, but on the night, each of them having the 49.9%, 11 votes.
All right, we're still stuck on this, but just to remind our listeners as well, the count that takes place on election night is a preliminary count. Now, after tonight, then we will have what is called the final count. At the end of the final count, the parties then have the opportunity or the chance, if they wish to apply for what is called a magisterial recount, which would do. Normally, you do that when you have a very, very small margin, and I was saying a little bit earlier on, a margin of 200 votes or 100 might sound like a very small margin, but you're not going to get that turn in the magisterial recount. That is where parties are going to scrutinize, and the judge would scrutinize every single ballot, arguing over where this X was marked and if this ballot was invalid and if this one was discarded and should not have been discarded. So there is a process that is going to be put in train as soon as tonight's preliminary counts are over. Here we have Trelawney Southern now, box 44 of 96, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert with 2,823 votes, and the PNP's candidate Paul Patmore, 2,608 votes. Just a reminder, our viewers, for our listeners, you'll hear me, all of us, we are here reading out the counts. That is because we are live on not just radio, but also not just TV, not just the internet, but also radio. So we are accommodating our radio listeners as well. And we thank you all so much for being here with us, wherever it is in the world you are joining us from. We know we have a huge following in the diaspora. We're happy to have you here with us as well. So that one, that still looks like only about 50% gone there. And I know we had heard that Paul Patmore was
likely to do well.
Yes, yes, but we'll see what happens. The final number. So I would ask you, Earl, is there anything that has surprised you so far?
No, I expected it to be very close.
Yes.
And therefore, I'm not surprised at how close it has turned out to be. I think for many persons, the fact that with 18 boxes left in West Central St. Andrew, that the Prime Minister is, at least by what we have seen, trailing at the moment. But there are still 18 boxes to go, so he could very well, bring it home still.
One of the things our listeners and viewers will have heard throughout the night is you'll hear one of the panelists saying something like it depends where the boxes are coming from. So in other words, you might have one candidate leading in a particular constituency, but if the boxes left to come in are coming from a stronghold of the other party, then you could see that result turn inside out. And that's basically what it is we're kind of seeing happening throughout the night. Sometimes you see the seesawing of the votes going between the two candidates. A lot of the times that's what's taking place. Yeah. Okay. So now, the issue in relation to what happens as soon as this is over, as we've said, the party that is declared the victory, we're going to be declared the victor. We're going to hear, because of course, viewers and listeners, we are going to be with you until the end. So we are going to be waiting to hear whoever gives their victory speech, whoever gives their concession speech. And we were talking the other night, Earl, about a night, in fact, when there was no concession speech.
Yes, and that was 2007. I think it was 2007. It was that close, and Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller did not concede that night. They were awaiting some recounts. Yeah. But by the next day, it was clear that the JLP had won.
Just as though the JLP will win tonight again. So.
Well,
Two speeches. We're here. You have to have two speeches, or our people just come out and talk.
Well, I wouldn't know, but I'm sure that the leader of the Labour Party would have prepared one speech, because from the get-go it was clear that Jamaicans would choose Jamaica, and we're seeing it tonight.
Okay, you never stop. You don't stop. You don't stop. Clifford, come.
I'm just curious, are they choosing Jamaica? Because from what I'm seeing, the PNP has gained massive ground in this election, regardless of who becomes the Prime Minister. I think that's one thing that the PNP should tap on his shoulder.
This is a sport. Right? This is a sport. You have to have a winner, you have to have a loser. Tonight, you're the loser.
And clearly, Andrew Holness would not be the winner in this situation. Well,
of course, he leading the Labour Party to victory.
St. Anne Southwest declared for Xavier Main, and we previously declared the previous seat, which kind of went fast.
Crystal Lee. And Danishko.
Right, declared
Danishko
for, there we go, declared for Crystal Lee of the Jamaica Labour Party, 8,050 votes to 7,488 for Gabriella Morris of the People's National Party.
Right.
Gabriella Morris had been a senator, throwing her hat here into the representational ring.
This means there's no change at all in St. Anne. The PNP went in, which is their bastion. They've held that. This is Lisa Hanna's seat, Foggy Mullins' old seat, crucial to the PNP base. Northeast St. Anne, which is Shahini Robinson's old seat, by Matthew Samuda. St. Anne Lee won that in 2020 and she has retained it. Fought off the challenge by Gabriella Morris. And then St. Anne Southwest, that's Xavier Main seat that he has also held, that particular one. So there's no change between 2020 and 2025.
So here's a question now. So let's assume, for argument's sake.
And the party to decide, I suppose.
Yeah. Emily?
Yeah, there are a couple of ways that I will look at this. I keep saying that 2020 was an electoral anomaly. It still is in many respects. So that what has emerged from 2020 is that the people are willing to re-elect a very hard-working member of parliament, even if that member has an anomaly in 2020, but they've continued to doing good work. So I say this, so I believe Rhoda Moore Crawford, I believe Crystal Lee, and Tova Hamilton, who had some issues. She has clearly rebalanced them, and perhaps it is setting a new sort of trend. If we look at it that way, then perhaps for Mark Golding and the PNP, they shouldn't be so swift to seek to discard him, because they're coming from a point where Dr. Peter Phillips was perhaps deemed to be an individual who could not the PNP to where the PNP is at this time.
And a lot of people hadn't thought Golding would be able to cross the line at all.
Right.
Can I just jump in on you and say that I'm hearing that the official voter turnout has come in at 38.8%, which is bad.
That is 1% above the COVID years.
Yes.
And I certainly, based on the crowds I saw and the anticipation, I thought we were heading to a 55% voter turnout. So I don't know what has gone wrong, why so many people have not, but I said we should study, and as we said at the start of the program. Yeah.
May I take you back to the question of Mark Golding's future in the PNP as leader? We have got to the point now where, so he's 60 this year. If they go to the full term, this incoming administration, he would then be 65. I think more and more voters are not looking too kindly in the Jamaican context at someone taking the reins of government heading towards 70. And I think that might, despite what I said earlier, it may be one of the things that they will consider when deciding to stick with the leader or seek a younger person to take them forward.
We're going back to EOJ now with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. So we're almost there. 99% of all the boxes counted. And what I'm seeing behind me, the latest figure just refreshed, the People's National Party leading in 30 constituencies, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33. Now, I'm going to tell you the areas where we're still waiting on all the boxes to be completed. St. Andrew, 83%. The People's National Party leading in that area. Going down now to St. Andrew East Rural. The St. Andrew East Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Trelawney Southern, 78% of all boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Moving over now to Clarendon Northern, 97% of all the boxes counted, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party is trailing constituency in Clarendon Northern. We're going down. Well, I think that is it in terms of the progress report for all the constituencies so far. So we're waiting just on a few more constituencies to go. We're seeing where Trelawney Southern, that's the one where we're having only 70%, just over 70% of all the boxes counted in that constituency as well, Dion. So well, we're seeing another change, Dion. I tell you, the things can change quite quickly here at the ECJ. I'm seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 4 constituencies and the People's National Party is leading in 29 constituencies. And as I said, we're almost at the finish line. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. Great work that you have been doing for us throughout the night. And as you're saying, they just about an inch there from the finish line. So the whole issue now, in terms of the extremely close seats, I think it's 2 we've seen.
Yes, 2 so far.
Yeah. The Central Kingston and the
Southeast
St. Mary, which is, there have been elections we've seen quite a few more that have been very, very close. But we were talking there about the voter turnout because, again, this suggests that neither party is exciting the electorate beyond your narrow base. If we can't even get to 4 out of 10 registered voters deciding to come out to vote. So I'm not sure where that leaves us or where we're going with this project we call democracy.
By the way, despite all that has been said tonight about the individual performances of MPs, one wonders what impact the last-minute promises in terms of various of tax relief, etc., on the votes in some of these constituencies where, you know, somebody's decision to go, for example, for the promise of minimum wage increase, or go for the pension, or go for the 3.5.
Because one of the things I've been saying, in fact, is that the polling numbers that we had been getting, when I looked at the dates that the pollsters were in the field, so many things happened after that.
So it wasn't tracking with those.
Yeah, in terms of debates, in terms of the announcement, in terms of the, you know, even the manifestos in some cases being released and what was happening. So I always felt that those poll numbers weren't going to give us a really indicative sense, but as Don said, his polls had indicated that we were going to see a close election, and indeed we've seen that.
Yeah.
And I think there's been a lot of attempts to try and discredit the RGR Gleaner done and some polls, and I think what we're seeing here from this election is that they were tracking.
Yeah, well, it was always going to be a close election in my view. And I think the context is so important. This is the first time ever that a Jamaica Labour Party government is facing the possibility of a 3rd term in office. And on top of that, all of the challenges.
Hold on, Emily. Here's an update. 93 boxes of 105 in the Prime Minister's constituency. He's now ahead here. 5,387 votes to Paul Buchanan of the PNP, 4,904. So 93 boxes, so that is 5 and 7, which is 12 boxes left to count.
Disciples.
Never in those.
No, I can visualize Desmond McKenzie wiping the Prime Minister's face with the change in the set, because that must in a moment. Paul Buchanan, Andrew Holness, and he has come pretty close, but things are changing. Yeah, Trelawney South, I think we had a look at that before.
Declared.
No, it's declared.
Yes.
So it has reverted to the norm.
That
in
was
terms
expected.
of expectations.
That is Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. She walked out the parliament, she resigned, she went back, she won the seat in a by-election. They call her Mama down there for good reasons, Mama D, and she's back.
She has delivered
Yes.
once again.
But I'm saying the context of this election is that it's an historical first for the JLP. And there's a third syndrome as we look at West Central, St. James, where Marlene Malahoo Fort is leading with 91 of 106 boxes there. She's leading Dr. Andre Horton, 5,157 to 4,710 for Andre. So you're battling that third term syndrome, and for all of the sink and so forth that has been thrown at Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party, one really shouldn't be able to recover from that and to even win a third term with all of those conditions prevailing. So I think in the history books there are a lot of pluses that have to go to the JLP, a lot of pluses too to Mark Golding for bringing back the PNP from near virtual electoral dead to making them reclaim some of the seats that they lost in 2020.
I think we're seeing live pictures here of the JLP headquarters.
Yes.
So we're waiting to go back to the headquarters and to hear what's happening. Of course, as soon as the various leaders are ready to speak, we'll have that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Okay, so you're watching there a live feed from PNP headquarters. You can see that the president of the PNP, Mark Jefferson Golding, is getting ready to speak. As soon as he starts to speak, we'll go back. Let me just remind you, you're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. And with me all night, I've had from the RJR Gleaner Group, Emily Shields, as well as Earl Moxham, and with us as well from the PNP YO, we've had Clifford James and Ron Walsh from Young Jamaica, the affiliate. Let's go over to PNP headquarters.
Comrade General Secretary, comrade officers, all the comrades on the platform, all the comrades in the audience, all the who are listening, watching. First of all, I think it's my duty as a believer in democracy to acknowledge and concede the result and to congratulate our opponents, the Jamaica Labour Party, for their victory tonight. Jamaica's democracy is important and we must cherish it. Sometimes it brings bitter disappointments. Sometimes those disappointments are laced with a tinge of a sense that not all is fair and just, but it is very, very important that we put democracy ahead of all of those. We accept the result of these elections, and although obviously I'm very disappointed in the outcome, I think it is only correct to expressly acknowledge the success that our opponents have managed to gain today. I want to thank a lot of people. And first of all, I have to thank the comrades and supporters of South St. Andrew for standing with me, for coming out today in their numbers, and for giving us a decisive victory. I have the honor to serve. I also want to thank our campaign team, led by our campaign director, our General Secretary, Dayton Campbell, Dr. Dayton Campbell. Also, a newly minted Member of Parliament. Congratulations to him on his victory in Eastern Westmoreland. And all the other members of the campaign team who worked with him. There are a number of names there. I don't want to attempt to go through all those names because I'm going to probably forget some and then I'll regret. But they have done a tremendous job. The communications team I want to thank them publicly for the work they have done. And that is a night and day kind of job. It starts very early in the morning and goes on till late at night. So their commitment to the task at hand is remarkable, and I want to thank them deeply for it. All of our candidates who ran in this election and their campaign teams, I want to thank them for their effort, for their commitment to the country, to the democratic process. I want to, of course, congratulate the 29 who have been successful tonight. And we have more than doubled the number of MPs tonight. And for those who were not first and didn't, they still committed themselves extremely well. And I want to say that this was a wonderful demonstration of the maturity of Jamaica's political process, that we could go through such a closely fought election without any violence to speak of. And we must all give ourselves a round of applause. In our homes, if you're listening, here at the PNP headquarters, because that was not always the case. And I want to just thank who led that process to where it is today, where I think we can safely say that Jamaica is a place that really cherishes and respects the democracy that we have built. I want to thank the people of Jamaica for having received us so well and having given us hundreds of thousands of votes and given us 29 seats. We don't take that for granted. We thank you for your time today. I know the voting was often painfully slow, and that's an issue which more will have to be said about, because it's an undemocratic situation when people, elderly and other people, have to be in the hot sun standing up to vote for us. And it should not be that way. We should do better, and we have to do better. I must tell you that I'm proud of the platform that we put forward for the people of Jamaica. It was a truly progressive platform, a platform that offered a radical reform to the land tenure issues that have plagued this country for centuries. A radical platform that would have enhanced the standard of living and quality of life of those working families that are struggling to survive now by giving them significantly lower tax burdens on their income. A justice sense as well around issues such as beach reform, contract work, and other things which really need to be addressed, because there are injustices in our society which cannot be tolerated and should be modified and rejected in their current form. So I just want to thank all of the team that came together and developed those ideas and put them forward boldly and without reticence. And I think that for many Jamaicans, they saw the benefits and the power that that platform and those ideas and proposals would have delivered. So ladies and gentlemen, for us it's a difficult night. One doesn't want to, one wasn't hoping for a result which is not success. And it means that the government will get its third term, and we will have as a nation to deal with that going forward. But the People's National Party, I'm happy to tell you, is alive and well, is a powerful political organization. And has embraced modernity in its methods, and has definitely, I think, over the last few years, come a long way towards being a competitive political force. And as the General Secretary said, the work begins right away to prepare ourselves for the next opportunity to offer ourselves to serve the nation in government. And I believe the people will, in due course, give us that chance. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, the word is love. Power to the people. God bless you all. Thank you for your support.
Listening there to the president of the People's National Party, Mark Golding, giving his concession speech. The final seat count, 34 seats to the Jamaica Labour Party, 29. You know, I'm sorry, rephrase that into lead anyone. Just to remind everybody that what has been done tonight is a preliminary count. So the seat count at the end of the preliminary count is 34 for the Jamaica Labour Party, 29 for the People's National Party. The final count is going to take place, and then we're expecting, certainly in at least those two constituencies in which we saw razor-thin margins of about 11 and 12 votes, we are expecting those to go to magisterial recount, and then we'll see what happens after that. We are seeing on screen the Prime Minister at JLP headquarters, seeing there a jubilant Desmond McKenzie on the mic as well, seeing Delroy Chuck, and we will be handing over to the JLP headquarters soon as well. Grange and
Horace Chang.
Horace Chang, I saw Kamina Johnson Smith there as well.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And we're witnessing for the first time in contested elections a Jamaica Labour Party government that is having a third term. They had 2 terms between 1980 and 1983 was uncontested, and they faced the possibility of a third term in 1989, but 83 being uncontested. This is the first contested third consecutive term that they have won, and this says something about the organization, all of the challenges that this particular man had, and all that he was made to answer for, some of which will continue after this election, and no doubt intensify because of the increased numbers on the opposition benches in the House of Parliament. So it does promise to be an interesting parliamentary year.
There's something else very interesting to the Andrew Holness story. In addition to getting a third successive term as Prime Minister, he also had that very small term from October 23, 2011 to
29th of December.
Actually to the 5th of January when he had to Portia Simpson Miller.
Just as what Earl is referring to there is the fact that Bruce Golding, former Prime Minister, stepped down as Prime Minister. Andrew Holness was elected Prime Minister by his colleagues in Parliament.
By agreement, yes.
Yes, I was trying to find the right word. Thank you so much, Emily. By his colleagues in Parliament, and on that occasion, he gave in to the call from the People's National Party to call an early election, which he lost. But he certainly, in the meantime, regrouped.
Yeah.
And you could see his political growth during that time in opposition.
And not survive that challenge in obscurity.
That's where I was getting to, because, you know, leader...
Sorry, challenge, remember?
Challenge internal from Audley Shaw.
Yes. Leader got the party just after the Mr. Golding stepped aside, and of course there was some chaos inside the political movement. He navigated those difficult times, but not only that, he has really structured and organized this political party into a modern political party. 2013, challenge for leadership. 2016, won the election. 2020, massive landslide victory, right? 2025 has led the Jamaica Labour Party to yet another election.
Okay, I know Clifford, we need to bring in Clifford, but before that, let me go back to Janello to show us what Gordon House will now be looking like.
Thank you so much, Dion. Well, when we started this broadcast, in fact, leading up to today's election, it was 49-14, but after the ballots have been counted, it is 34-29. Now, will Gordon House continue to look like this after the magisterial recount? Well, we will just have on. Until then, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Janella. As we've been saying, one thing is for sure, we're seeing a much more balanced parliament and likely to be all the better for it. Clifford, your comment on listening to Mark Golding there.
I think though we may have lost, I think a lot should be credited to him and Dayton Capital. We have brought back what the PNP was, a unified party, a strong party, a competitive party in the elections. So I think there's a lot to tap on our shoulders. We've moved from 14 to now 29 seats. That's a lot to do in this short span of time, especially coming out of a very serious leadership challenge against them. I mean, especially multiple seats where we have past members who are going against current PNP challenges in these seats as well. So I think there's a lot to be glad for as a comrade myself. But there's a lot of work to be done, but I don't think we're in a bad position now. We may not have formed the government, but I think we're in a good place. I think what the party should do now is not to go back to where it was in that 2016 time after we had lost then. I think now we should work on where we're at and just move forward.
Well, the party hasn't shown that it can manage leadership challenges very well, though. I mean, the last is what, 3? Just ripped you apart.
That's something I hope we have learned. And I'm now going to apply, a different of how we, if there's any, if any is even required at this point in time.
Okay. But you feel how?
They said I feel.
How you feel?
Currently now?
Yeah.
I feel good. We have moved from 14 to 29 seats.
Okay. Mr. Golding's concession speech earlier is always something that's important.
Very important. I think he struck some right notes. It was a bruising campaign, and hard words were exchanged, and so I think it will take time for some sort of cooling off some of the feelings between, but he did what was expected of him under these circumstances, and it is in keeping with Jamaica's democratic traditions that we do that. In fact, we have done better than the United States sometimes in that respect.
All right, so we're still waiting to join the Prime Minister to hear his victory speech, but let's go to another break. We'll soon come. MPs, and then of course he can pick up the 4 from the Senate as well.
I put it to you, for example, that Ed, who has been successful tourism minister,
yes,
I would expect him to continue in that capacity in the cabinet.
Yes. Horace Chang
at National Security.
Delroy Chuck can probably sit it out.
No. You think?
Yes. Yes, he's in on his last term, and I think there are a lot of young people there who can take it up and run.
And just to be clear, when I said no there, that had nothing to do with my personal opinion. It's based on what I've been hearing from people around him. It sounds as if he's still raring to go.
I think there will be a blend. I think there will be a blend.
Of the old?
Yeah, I think there will be a blend.
I think by now the Prime Minister has developed the capacity to speak to some of these senior members in terms of when he wants to make a change.
Mm-hmm. Right. Somebody had said to me that they never thought he would have been able to successfully move Nigel Clark into that former Derek Smith constituency without, a huge fallout, and he did manage. So he clearly has the political chops, absolutely.
Not only that, I think Andrew Holness has really stamped his mark on the Jamaica Labour Party. He's fully in charge of this party at the moment, and he is able to sort of recant or take back a view he held. So, for example, in North Central, St. Andrew, in Casamuda's old constituency, where they appear to have endorsed Christian Tavares Finson to be the candidate there, and there was a bit of furore on the ground, and Delano Seavright the entire process was recalled, and Seavright put in. So he has his hand on the wheel, but he's not unprepared to step back and to redo if there is some sort of disruption. And he has Delano Seavright there to do a lot, continuing with Ed Bartlett in the Ministry of Tourism Ministry and so forth. As I said, for me, Delroy Chuck has been good at justice because he's brought a lot in terms of lobbying for the judiciary and the budget But there are some younger people now. He's on his 7th term and final term. We need to be looking at a new breed of young people in a JLP cabinet who can look at putting up a good fight for the next election.
At the same time, we're going to be looking to see who Golding puts in his shadow cabinet. He now has more choices in terms of people who be in the lower house and the lower house. So for instance, what we had over the past few months was an Alfred Dawes who was not sitting in Parliament, but was a spokesperson on health. You know, so Dawes has now won his seat, so we'll certainly be hearing him on the floor of the Parliament. Tell me what you're expecting, Clifford.
I mean, I expect the shadow cabinet to remain similar to how it is right now, but I think just have greater impact on the policy instead of like just having somebody outside who's not in Parliament talking. They're in Parliament, they can go toe-to-toe with the government counterpart. As, for example, the Security Minister, if Peter Bunting wins as opposition spokesperson on security, he has that ability now to speak to his point of view. So I think we're at a better vantage point in voicing our concerns, and I think to the Jamaican people, but also to the Parliament, to try and have some change.
Because what we saw a lot in the last Parliament was that Mark Golding had to take an awful lot onto himself.
Yes.
He was speaking on almost every issue.
Almost.
In the lower house.
Let me say, there's one thing that worries me about this, the closeness of the election. I'd really like to see us get on with constitutional reform. And part of me has been of the view that is only a landslide, one way or the next, that would cause us to move on that.
How though? Because we had a landslide last time and we got nowhere.
That's the point. Because the 14 in the House became so loud that it nearly drowned out the 49. They were so loud and the fever were always building to an election. Let alone now, when we have a slim majority in the lower house, I don't know how we can get on with any constitutional reform if the gridlock remains and is fortified, if the opposition continues to be of the view that they want the movement from the monarchy to be twinned with the CCJ. And I fear we will not move in the next 5 years if positions don't soften, and perhaps the numbers won't allow positions to soften.
But strange in that regard, because when the PNP had a landslide majority, it didn't get the cooperation from the JLP in opposition either.
Which is when?
From the 90s going forward. Remember, you know, the constitutional process.
Yeah.
It was a big thing.
All right, stick up in. And listeners and viewers, this issue of constitutional reform, some of the major changes that would have to be made in the Constitution require the support of both the opposition and the government. Both would have to vote. It would need the opposition support right now, certainly in the lower house as well as in the upper house. What we've seen over the past, how much years, is the two sides unable to agree. Most recently, the most recent attempt at constitutional reform, the government wanted to remove the monarch as our head of state, as well as to create a republic. The opposition's position was that if you're removing the monarch, they also wanted to remove the Privy Council as Jamaica's final court. I'm less optimistic than you, MLA. I've gone on record as saying I don't think it's happening anytime soon, constitutional reform, and I'm going to go further and say now that the Prime Minister has reiterated, because I know he said it before, he has reiterated that his belief is that we need a Jamaican court as our final court of appeal. We are going absolutely nowhere.
No, but I don't think that's all the Prime Minister said. He said he prefers that, but he thinks on such a fundamental issue, we should hear from the people whether we want to remain.
But if that is the signal that's coming from the government and coming from the Prime Minister, an indicative referendum is not going to go that way.
No, as far as I understand the Constitution, the problem with the final court is, even though we don't require a referendum to change from the Privy Council, because the Privy Council is deeply entrenched in the Constitution.
No, it's not.
The Privy Council is.
No, it's not. We can remove the Privy Council remove the Privy Council. The difficulty is what we replace
But
it
that's
with.
the point. So we
Privy
can,
Council is not
no, hold
deeply
on a second.
entrenched.
Let me finish the point. We can remove it, but they require court with which we're going to be at the same level of entrenchment as the court we are replacing it with.
And hold on, because I always want to make sure viewers and our listeners are following. The Privy Council has said that if Jamaica wants to remove the Privy Council, it can do so. It does not need a 2/3 majority in both houses of parliament to do it. So, for instance, it could have been done the last time around, based on the majority that the government had in parliament. What the Privy Council has said is that put in place, you then need the 2/3 support, meaning both government and opposition have to work together. So I'm making the point that the Privy Council is not entrenched. We could remove the Privy Council, and Jamaica could, it wouldn't be desirable, but Jamaica could exist with the Court of Appeal as its final court, having removed the Privy Council.
So there are two layers, as you said.
Okay. Clearly, me and Emily are going to have to pick that up another time. Right now, let's go over to JLP headquarters, where the Prime Minister is about to speak.
This bell is not an easy bell to... I wouldn't be surprised if Bustamante rang this bell. But I carried the symbol of the party today because it is such a historic moment that this is a victory for our founder, Bustamante, for Sir Donald Stanton, for Hugh Shearer, for Edward Philip George Tiaga, for Bruce Golding. And I want to invite Mrs. Carla Siaga to just come and acknowledge the moment and take a bow to the crowd. Because all of this Mr. Siaga still has, well, he must be happy. So, Desmond, just you are only allowed to hold the bell temporarily. Do not ring it. I have a few things to say early on. Firstly, let me thank the thousands of Jamaicans who prayed for me personally and who prayed for the government and the country. I want to thank my wife and one of my sons is here, Adam. Come on, guy. Of course, the superwoman. And my mother. I want to thank them personally. I mean, you know, a political campaign, sometimes, you know, when they see the personalities, they forget that they are human beings with feelings and emotions, and they can be objectified. It's very difficult, but I want to thank my family here and abroad and all over who have withstood a tremendous honor. They never gave up on me or on the people of Jamaica. I want to thank the political team. I think we have the best political team in the Caribbean. But allow me to, I do this at a risk, but I'm sure everyone will agree that my Deputy President, the General Secretary of the Jamaica Labour Party, deserves special commendation. You know, there's a special bond that has to be between the leader and the General Secretary of a political party. And Horace and I have been working for the greater part of 30 years together. We have been very good friends and very good associates. We have a mind share, and we are both very much committed to Jamaica, like everyone in the team. I want to thank you, the supporters. You would know how much you mean to me. Who squeeze up on the bus to come to the meeting, who go on the long motorcades with us. For all of you who take on the PMP them when you hear them with the lies. But for all of you who have stood up and chosen Jamaica, I say thanks to you. Supporters of the party make us stronger, and we stand here on your shoulders. And thank you. God bless you, and I love you. Today, Jamaica won. Jamaica won this election. Yes. The majority of voters decided to choose Jamaica. Make no mistake about it. This was not victory by default. Make no mistake about it. This was not an easy victory. Make no mistake about it. It's a fight. But we did not descend my political organization. We did not descend to the gutter to fight. We did not seek to trick the people to win. We did not geographically and traditionally. There are still those who may not share that view. And for varying reasons. One reason is they say, yes, we see prosperity in some areas, but they want prosperity to come now to their community, to their driveway, and to their doorway. This government, in our third term, must be laser focused on ensuring that there is prosperity for all Jamaicans. And just to be clear, prosperity doesn't mean riches. For some, prosperity means peace. they want to live in peace. For some people, prosperity may mean their children getting to university. For some people, prosperity is a car. For others, it is a house. But for most people, it is the road fixed in their community and water in their pipes. And so, we must be focused on delivering these basic public services, which are so many. But Jamaica is more than that. Jamaica is a potential to be realized. And for decades, we have underperformed. The story of Jamaica is that we have done so much as a country, but we could have done so much more. For the first time, an electorate has said, we will reward a performing government to deliver the promise of Jamaica. The promise of cutting murders and crime and bringing Jamaica finally to peace. The peace which we had 60 years ago. We can have peace in our country. The promise of Jamaica being a growing and robust economy, which we had 60 years ago, we will continue to fulfill the promise of the economy. We will continue to fulfill the promise of a knowledgeable, educated, and informed society, where every child can have access to the best quality education. We will continue to fulfill that promise. We will continue to fulfill the promise where every Jamaican can have meaningful employment and earn a meaningful income so that you can fulfill your own personal dreams and aspirations. We will continue to fulfill that promise. And we will continue to build a society that is just. A society that is fair for everyone. We will continue the work that we have started in our second term. As I close my presentation to you, our political organization, like any other organization, must renew itself. The third term is also an opportunity for renewal, to attract new people, to expose new talent, to refresh ideas, and to place Jamaican people credible political organization that can always ably lead the government of the country. So we will not be laying back comfortable in victory. No. We will be rebuilding, refreshing, renewing, and preparing to be a credible alternative to the opposition for the term of so labor rights. Jamaicans, your democracy is strong. You have made the right decision to continue with a government that performs, because it sends a signal to governments to come that the way to win is by performing, by doing, by achieving victory and merit. Third, in our second term, we created a momentum. We are on the right path, heading in the right direction with the right trajectory. That should not be broken, and the Jamaican people share that view, and therefore we will continue to use the momentum to accelerate the development of our country and to ensure that you can get the benefits and the aspirations you have all wished for. And fourth, we commit to being a responsible, caring, and fair government. That is my commitment and the commitment of my team to you. We will be the political party to move Jamaica from poverty to prosperity. I continue to be your one PM.
Okay, you are listening there to Prime Minister Andrew Holness. We're going to get final comments from our panelists, but let's just go to a quick break and we come back and wrap up. Okay, and this is TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. I'm going to go around the table and get quick final comments from my guests. Ron Walsh of Young Jamaica, you first.
Well, Prime Minister spoke about thanking the team, you know, because of course it was hard work. And he thanked the team. He thanked his families and he thanked his General Secretary. Many persons don't realize that Dr. Horace Chang has been General Secretary, led us to organize the party with the leader 2016, 2020, and now 2025. Excellent work. He's a genius at what he does. I have worked with him before, and I see that he's very good at his craft. He spoke about running a clean campaign.
Quick
all right. Spoke about a clean campaign, which was very good. We did that, right? And he has put all the members on their guard. We must listen to people, and we must focus on the people. I think it was a good speech, and I think he also mentioned renewal, which is also important.
Yeah, that's a whole other discussion. Earl Moxham.
The building of Jamaica is a long-term project, and therefore this is just another moment on that journey, and I think we need to see it in that context and look to how we move forward over the next 5 years and beyond, because each step along that journey prepares us for the next step. And it's important for both the governing party and the opposition. They have a role to play in the development of the society, but it is not just up to them. They have to take into consideration also the views and concerns of so many other Jamaicans here and abroad.
Emily.
Interesting night. History making. I think part of the Prime Minister's speech, the first half, he seemed to have been dealing with a lot of the personal attacks that were leveled at him. It sounded very much as if he was still campaigning, first half of the speech. Second half, I think he came around to understanding that he is the Prime Minister. So he reminded himself to guard against arrogance. They're going to have to watch it with this Parliament, because I think the Parliament is going to be extremely antagonistic. It's a completely different space. And on top of that, the people are going to be looking to him to deliver a lot of what they have promised in very short order. And it's going to be one of the most difficult third terms that any government is going to have to live through. I look forward to the renewal. Don't know where it's going to come from, because the numbers are reduced in the lower house. But let's see what can happen.
All parties in a prime position. One back from ruin, one with a united base, and one that has faced the past two elections beautifully. So my word to the party and its leadership is just simply continuity. As for the Jamaica Labour Party and Andrew Holness, congratulations on their win. But I think even Dr. Holness himself realized that his win is not in a vacuum. And even in his speech he mentions it's time for people to feel the gains of the economy. Because people are signaling and say, hey, we want a change, we want to feel what's happening. So hopefully now we can see people at the center of his policies.
Okay, it just remains for me now to thank, first of all, my panelists, Ron Walsh from Young Jamaica, for James of the PNP. YO, I want to say thank you so much. You gentlemen have been fantastic. It's been great having you with us. My top colleagues, Emily Shields and Earl Moxham, and our top news and production teams. And as well, you are top audiences. Thank you so much for having...
Wait a second. Just before we go, I think we have a release from the Electoral Office concerning the local government, the by-elections there.
It says the JLP received majority votes in 34 constituencies. Okay, in the local government by-elections, the JLP candidates received majority votes in all 3 electoral divisions: Chancery St. Andrew, Northwest Andrew, West Central, and Dedham Town in Kingston Western. All right, and the overall preliminary turnout for the by-election, 36.1%. Thank you so much for that, Emily. And as I was saying, thank you so much for having been with us, whether you've been on TV, on radio, on YouTube, on onespotmedia.com, whatever the channels you've been watching on. We are privileged and blessed and grateful to have had you with us. I'm Dion Jackson Miller for TVJ's Vote 2025. No?